Thank you. Thank you. And before, I would like to give the floor, ladies and gentlemen, to Sabine de Bethune, who is the chairwoman of the Belgian Senate. Please, Sabine, you have the floor.
Madame President, chers invités, dear guests, particularly dear Mr. Dordain, dear Mr. Prodi is not yet here but will arrive, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, dames en heren. I am proud and happy to welcome parliamentary delegations from all over Europe in the Belgian Senate at the occasion of the 50th European Interparliamentary Space Conference. Let me, first things first, welcome my colleague speaker of the Estonian Parliament, Mrs. Ene Ergma, who is an astronomer, a physician and a mathematician, and is certainly the right woman at the right place. But I don't want to forget, of course, the delegations from the other member parliaments of France, Germany, United Kingdom, Spain, Italy, Poland and Romania, who will participate today and tomorrow. It is also my privilege to welcome a colleague from the Russian Duma. His presence confirms the strong will of both the EU and one of its important partners to work closely together on space issues. Last but not least, I would like to greet Mrs. Avgenieropoulou from the Greek Parliament, Mrs. Lichtenegger from the Austrian Parliament, and Mr. Santos from the Portuguese Parliament. They attend our conference for the first time as observers today. Your parliaments will be eligible for the full membership next year, provided that they will have created a parliamentary body dealing with space affairs. Voor de tweede maal tijdens deze legislatuur reist onze Senaat in de ruimte. In maart laatstleden organiseerde de werkgroep ruimtevaart van de Senaat reeds een workshop in Redu Transine, die gewijd was aan small missions, kleine en microsatellieten die mooie uitdagingen vormen voor jonge enthousiastelingen en space researchers. Deze workshop was de perfecte start om zich klaar te stomen voor de eigenlijke plenaire vergadering die vandaag plaatsvindt. La Conférence Interparlementaire européenne de l'espace est jeune. Elle va fêter seulement ses 15 ans d'existence l'année prochaine. La Belgique fut présente dès les premières étapes du projet. Et en effet, lorsqu'un de mes prédécesseurs, le président du Sénat alors en place, Armand de Decker, a pris en 1999 la création d'une telle conférence, il prit avec ses collègues espagnols la bonne décision de rejoindre sans plus attendre le noyau de pays fondateurs. C'est ainsi que s'est mis en place un organe de concertation réunissant les parlements nationaux des 6 pays européens les plus actifs en matière spatiale, à savoir la France, l'Allemagne, le Royaume-Uni, l'Italie, l'Espagne et la Belgique. Depuis lors, la famille spatiale s'est agrandie et compte aujourd'hui 11 membres. J'y ajoute la Pologne, la Roumanie, la République tchèque, l'Estonie et le Luxembourg, qui ont entre-temps rejoint la conférence. Le Sénat belge a déjà eu le privilège de présider cette conférence à 2 reprises, à savoir en 2001 et en 2006. Cette fois-ci, la présidente du groupe de travail Espace, la sénatrice Dominique Tilmans, qui préside la conférence aujourd'hui, et les nombreux membres d'ailleurs présents, j'en vois différents dans la salle, de ce groupe de travail, n'ont ménagé aucun effort pour organiser cette conférence. Cette année, et je me réjouis que des thèmes comme la jeunesse, les carrières pour des jeunes scientifiques, et le lien entre développement durable et l'espace soient abordés pendant ces 2 jours. Je me félicite aussi que de nombreux jeunes passionnés par l'espace soient ici présents pour cette conférence. J'ose espérer que vous pourrez enrichir le débat et dégager de nouvelles pistes de réflexion pour faire avancer le sujet qui vous intéresse, à savoir la recherche, les perspectives de carrière et les débouchés pour les jeunes professionnels de l'espace. Ik geloof dat iedereen hier overtuigd is van het feit dat een intensieve samenwerking tussen de nationale parlementen van het grootste belang is voor de verdere evolutie van Europa. Wij zijn als nationale parlementsleden meer dan ooit de waakhonden van democratie en van recht, van de rechtsstaat in ons eigen land, maar ook in de EU. Ook de Europese Interparlementaire ruimtevaartconferentie heeft deze taak te vervullen. Zo zal de conferentie morgen ook een resolutie aannemen die een politiek signaal zal zijn om verder te investeren in de kenniswetenschap en de noodzaak om jongeren aan te trekken voor wetenschappelijke carrières. I hope that you may have an interesting and a fruitful conference, and I look forward to the outcome of the conference tomorrow. I wish you all the best work.
Well, dear friends of the EISC, there are two ways to start our conference, formal and informal. And of course, I chose informal, just to warm up a little bit our assembly. And I will come behind you to ask the same question to 10 of you. I hope we will have good answer. And so the question is, how space is your partner, it's your friend, is your complice. In French, it's a very good word. Your complice in your daily life. So, I will give you an example. I hear every morning the weather forecast to know if I take my umbrella, let's say. So, I will ask 10 of you the same question, and I wait your answer. So, I'll begin with you, Poland. How space is your partner, your friend in your life or in your daily life?
Yeah, it's hard to explain it and define it very shortly. Well, it's got the greatest influence on our lives, even though we do not we mark it and we can feel it. So, well, using technology, using like driving a car, for example. So, GPS, yeah.
Another one, Professor.
Vous me prenez à court, mais pour moi, quand même, je dis que l'espace, c'est quand même un merveilleux moment pour sensibiliser les jeunes à la recherche et à la science. Et on vient de fêter le lancement du Spoutnik, et je trouve que ça m'a rappelé, bien entendu, mon adolescence et mon goût pour la recherche. Merci. Mais c'est ça.
Merci. So, I don't ask Mr. Dorda, he knows, of course. One of you, an example? Belgium?
It put things in perspective. It makes us feel small in the whole universe, so it makes things relative.
Thank you. And a colleague for France, Mr.
I think that I can say that space is a lot for me, but in fact the beginning was the rocket of Tintin, and I thank you to have put it just when we enter into the conference. It's a good signal. Thank you.
Okay, once more, I will ask to Spain.
Buenos días. Es un nexo de unión para toda Europa, primero, y segundo, en un país como el nuestro, es un desarrollo, una necesidad para el desarrollo de la agricultura sostenible. Es muy importante para eso.
Thank you. And one young lady. One of you.
For me, it's difficult because I go every morning to work for space, so to make the separation. But when you think of all the technology we have on Earth, which was developed for space or in space, and so it's everywhere, actually.
So, well, it's difficult to give an example, but anyway, I thank you for your answer. Well, the exercise, especially to see if you know that space is every minute in our life, and so your answer was good, but I was waiting example. So I will now give you the, and I will begin with the formal way. So, mevrouw de voorzitter, monsieur le secrétaire d'État, que nous attendons mais qui va arriver, Monsieur le directeur général de l'ESA, Monsieur l'ambassadeur, Mr. Chair of Sky and Space Intergroup of European Parliament, he will arrive too, dear French and Belgian astronauts, dear friends of our conference, dear students and young professionals of space, mesdames et messieurs, dames et heren, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs les journalistes. I'm so happy to welcome here in the Senate my colleagues from Austria, Estonia, France, and France will have the next presidency of the EISC, and I congratulate already my colleagues and friend Bertrand Aubin. But colleagues also from Germany, Greece, Italy, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Russia, Spain, and United Kingdom. And I want to mention in particular Greece. Greece could be candidate to become a member of the EISC family. So it's a very good news and welcome to Greece. And I hope that Austria and Portugal will, of course, follow very soon. I'm also happy to see representatives of Norway and Lithuania, to say national space agencies, several industry representatives, and also a lot of academic space organizations, and above all, so many students and young space scientists and professionals. Alors je ne ferai pas de préambule sur la nécessité de défendre le secteur spatial. Monsieur Courard, Dordain, Prodi le feront évidemment beaucoup mieux que moi et notre agenda est quand même très serré. Mais j'insisterai seulement sur deux chiffres. Le coût du spatial. Le coût du spatial, c'est 10 € par Européen par an pour les investissements publics et 1 € pour les vols habités. Reconnaissons quand même que ce n'est pas grand-chose pour un domaine qui rassemble un nombre aussi impressionnant de sciences et qui balaye à la fois notre passé, notre présent et notre futur. Dankzij de ruimtevaart zijn we in staat nieuwe melkweg te ontdekken. Voyageur 1 draait ergens op 18 miljard kilometers van de aarde. Dankzij ruimtevaart kunnen wij beginnen de Big Bang en de oorsprong van onze planeet uitleggen. En wellicht op een dag buitenaards leven vinden. Heden ten daag, ruimtevaart is een belangrijk acteur van onze technologische ontwikkeling en onze partner, onze complice in onze alledaagse leven. We hebben het gezien. Mais avant d'entrer dans le vif du sujet de notre conférence, je vous avouerai quand même que j'ai pas mal hésité entre le thème d'aujourd'hui et le thème indispensable du développement des applications spatiales que je pense encore trop faiblement exploitées aujourd'hui par rapport à leur potentiel. Mais voilà, j'ai préféré relever le défi humain, celui de l'échange, et lancer avec vous et les étudiants une large réflexion pour réintéresser nos jeunes aux carrières spatiales, aux carrières scientifiques. Et il est vrai que nous venons de recevoir en Belgique un merveilleux cadeau qui va sans doute nous aider dans notre tâche. C'est notre tout récent prix Nobel de physique attribué au professeur anglais, qui fait évidemment toute notre fierté et qui sera certainement un moteur et une prodigieuse source d'inspiration pour les jeunes. Alors pour relever le défi humain, le défi jeune, eh bien, il fallait un petit peu innover dans la façon de procéder de notre conférence et donc j'ai souhaité qu'il y ait 2 débats. Le premier donnera la parole à 12 jeunes scientifiques européens. Ce sont les principaux intéressés et ils auront certainement beaucoup de choses à nous dire et sans doute à nous apprendre. Et le second donnera la parole à l'industrie européenne à qui je demanderai, et j'insiste, de venir les mains libres sans avoir rien préparé, avec beaucoup de spontanéité. Je leur demande de répondre aux questions des jeunes et donc, s'il vous plaît, pas de texte préparé. Alors, vous aurez aussi l'occasion d'intervenir à l'issue des 2 débats, mais j'espère beaucoup, chers collègues, que cette 15e conférence interparlementaire européenne de l'espace débouchera sur une résolution courte, mais efficace, qui fasse bouger les choses et que des décisions concrètes seront prises dans chacun de nos parlements. Mais l'espace, ce n'est pas seulement science et technologie, ce qui rend parfois faut-il le dire, le secteur un peu rébarbatif, un peu ardu pour beaucoup. Aussi, l'espace peut être ce formidable tremplin qui permet d'unir les hommes. Et comme le disait Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, le plus beau métier de l'homme est d'unir les hommes. Et l'ISS est certainement un des plus bels exemples. So allow me therefore to tell you a very quick story. We politicians and professionals with a passion for space have an obligation to make it more accessible, more popular, in short, something that makes us dream. And because space makes me dream, I have set myself a challenge to make space serve peace. Recognized as a woman of peace for my action in South Caucasus, I have proposed to Armenia and Azerbaijan, two countries in conflict for more than 20 years, to engage a scientific reflection on space. The initiative is aimed at women, young women, who have expertise in the area of space and a bond with the Nagorno-Karabakh, who is really very symbolic. Their work will be done under the supervision of our Belgian astronaut Dirk Fremout. Thank you, Dirk. And at the end of their work, we will send them to attend to a lunch to Kourou. A triple aim in the project. First, to help young women from the scientific community to accept the dialogue and to work together in a conflict area which is far from easy. Two, to succeed in convincing Azerbaijan and Armenia to work on a common project from community to community, something the two countries have refused to do so far. And three, to use space as a lever for peace between two countries in conflict, two countries at war, in an effort to transcend borders and divisions. Chers collègues, notre rôle de parlementaire n'est ni scientifique ni technique, excepté évidemment pour notre collègue Energa, qui est évidemment aussi politique et scientifique, mais notre rôle est de convaincre qu'investir dans l'espace, c'est investir dans la gestion des ressources, la santé, le transport, l'aide au développement, les nouvelles technologies, mais aussi celle de l'information et de la communication, l'industrie, bref, c'est investir dans notre économie, notre sécurité et notre bien-être. Investir dans l'espace, c'est investir dans la recherche et l'innovation qui stimulent la créativité et font progresser la science. Investir dans l'espace, c'est investir dans des milliers de métiers liés au spatial, et pas seulement celui de l'ingénieur, du physicien, du chimiste, mais aussi celui de l'agronome, du technicien, du mécanicien, de l'infographiste, du géographe, du médecin, du docteur en droit et de tant d'autres encore. Investir dans l'espace, c'est investir dans notre capacité à protéger notre terre, en prendre soin et corriger les dangereuses inconsciences de l'homme. Pour toutes ces raisons et beaucoup d'autres encore, investir dans l'espace, chers collègues, chers amis, c'est investir dans l'avenir, dans le futur de notre humanité. Je vous remercie. So I will pass the floor to Mr. Jean-Jacques Dordain, because I see that the minister is not yet here. So, Mr. Dordain, I give you the floor. Mr. Dordain is, of course, everybody know him. He is the Director General of EISC.
Okay, thank you very much. So, I am not Monsieur Courard. I am just Dordain. Good morning to everyone. The Interparliamentarian Space Conference is an event that I have never missed myself. I am at my 15th meeting of this conference, and I don't think that there is a lot in the room who have my experience of this Interparliamentarian Space Conference, even though I am not a parliamentarian. And I can tell you that after 14 meetings, the pleasure is still there. In fact, it's both a pleasure and a duty to attend this type of conference. It's a pleasure because we are among friends. We are among friends of space. You are all convinced about the importance of space for life on planet Earth and for the future on planet Earth. But it's also a duty, because we, the space agencies, we are using taxpayers' money, and the least we can do is to explain how we are delivering, how we are giving back to the citizens what they are giving to us, and you are the representatives of the citizens. So last year we were together in Warsaw in the wake of the accession of Poland as the 20th member state of ESA. Today we are in Brussels. I mean in Belgium, not in the EU institutions, because I am going to Brussels much more to attend EU institutions meetings than meetings with Belgium, but we are in Belgium today. One of the founding members of ESA, a big contributor in absolute terms, and even bigger in relative terms, relative to its GNP, since Belgium is the number 2 of the contributor of ESA in relatively to its GNP. So since last year, a lot of important events have happened, putting Europe, its member states and its citizens at the forefront of space in the world. First, by a series of unprecedented successes. I would like just to mention some of them. Among the successes which are pushing the frontiers of knowledge, I would like to recall that on the 21st of March, we have disclosed the first fossil light after the Big Bang, coming from the data of the ESA spacecraft Planck. And that was a fantastic event, because this was the first time that we were giving that light with such an accuracy, giving work to the scientists for decades. Then it was just last month in Glasgow, we have organized the Living Planet Symposium, which have collected more than 2,000 participants from all over the world. All scientists who have made exchanges based on the data provided by the Earth Explorer missions of ESA, providing evidence of climate change, providing data for understanding the climate change, and providing the means to monitor the essential parameters of climate change. Based on the satellites on VSAT, GOCHE, CRIOSAT, SMOS, and very soon SWARM, since SWARM is the next satellite dedicated to climate change that we shall launch on the 14th of November from Préside in Russia. I would not like to close this list of successes, not yet a success, but Gaia is ready for launch. It will be launched on the 20th of November from French Guiana, and with Gaia we shall reach another step in the understanding of the universe, since Gaia will be able to give the cartography of more than 1 billion of stars. Coming to the competitiveness of European industry, I would like to mention the fantastic launch of Vega. It was the second launch of Vega in May this year. Two successive successes of this brand new launcher. We have never done that before in Europe, so Vega has broken a record of Europe. And Vega has launched Probave, a satellite made in Belgium, but also S-Cube, the first satellite from Estonia. And I am very glad that ESA could launch the first satellite of Estonia. Maybe the most important value of Vega, Probave, and EISC Cube is the fact that these 3 spacecrafts have been designed and developed by a new generation of engineers. When you look at the engineers who have developed Vega, they are all between 30 and 35. The same for Probave, and for S-Cube it's even lower than that. So just to say that the young generations are already on board for this type of spacecrafts. We have launched the ATV-4, Albert Einstein, on the 5th of June, and we docked to the International Space Station on the 15th of June, and it was the first docking without contact. And when you understand what means to dock on the space station without any contact before the docking, it shows that the fantastic accuracy of the pilot and guidance of ATV, which is fully automatic. ATV-4 will re-enter the atmosphere on the 28th of October, meaning in 2 weeks from now. Then we had the launch of AlphaSat on the 25th of July. AlphaSat is the biggest telecommunication satellite ever developed in Europe, with a lot of partnership, and I am very proud to have done that in partnership at different levels. It's a partnership between ESA and CNES, a partnership between Thales and Astrium, and a partnership between ESA and the operator Inmarsat. And AlphaSat is full of new technologies, and since the launch, these new technologies are working perfectly, and this is a demonstration of the competitiveness of European industry. We are also delivering new services to the citizens. I have already mentioned Probave, which is an operational service for vegetation, which is providing the coverage of the land coverage of the planet Earth. AlphaSat is also delivering telecommunication services, and we have provided also the first positioning based on 4 Galileo satellites, and I can tell you that the accuracy that we can get out of these 4 satellites Galileo are very promising, and I am confident that by end of 2014 the early services of Galileo will be operational. So with this success, we at ESA, we are demonstrating every day that Europe can be in a leading position in the world, because all the missions that I have mentioned, they are unique in the world, and that Europe is also a very attractive partner for everyone in the world, not only the space powers, but also the countries of Africa or South America, which need space, meaning that we are able in Europe to share the data, instead of using the data as an instrument of leadership. After this successful series of missions, I would like to recall that we had a very successful council at ministerial level, because last year we were at 1 month before the council at ministerial level, so everything was still to be done. I can report today that the result of this council at ministerial level was a fantastic success, because the objective of the council at ministerial level was competitiveness and growth, meaning that space is not considered anymore as an expense, but space is an investment into the economy, with a return which is at least a return of 20. So it's a good investment. And it's such a good investment that I am always recalling that UK has increased its contribution by 25% in space programs and activities, demonstrating that this is a good investment. Competitiveness and growth relies on 3 pillars. The first pillar is the combination between knowledge, innovation, and services. We cannot separate progress in knowledge, innovation, and services to the citizens. The services to the citizens are always coming from a progress of knowledge and innovative technologies. The second pillar is leverage of investments. We are developing more and more at ESA public-private partnership, real public-private partnership. We are not providing a market. We are just providing technologies on which private investors are putting money. But we are also developing this public-private partnership in the full end-to-end chain of economic value. And the third pillar is efficiency and expertise, and I shall come back to that. So we have got at the ministerial, in spite of economic difficulties, 3-4 full years of activities. And we have moved very fast to implement all these decisions. In less than 6 weeks, the approval of industrial procurement have been got. 6 weeks between the decision and the industrial procurement approval. All industry was at work by the end of January, 2 months later, with the signature of the first industrial contracts. The design of Ariane 6 was frozen in July, and we have issued in July the request for consultation, which is a competition of ideas. And the result is fantastic. We have got 159 proposals for Ariane 6, and we are now evaluating all these proposals. And this will give the basis for the industrial organization of Ariane 6. We have also signed in July the agreement between Astrium, Thales, CNES and ESA on the NeoSat satellite, which is a new telecommunication platform which will be developed with electric propulsion. And tomorrow morning I am in Luxembourg to sign the contract of Electra, which is the other telecommunication platform which will be developed in Europe to stay competitive. So we are moving fast, but unfortunately others are moving fast. And since last year, a lot of change has taken place in the world, especially in the commercial fields, where there is the business. So the competition has increased dramatically since 1 year. In the telecommunications domain, with the first electric propulsion platform being delivered by Boeing, but also, unfortunately, a reduction of the market. And in the launch services, in front of the reduction of the demand, which is a telecommunication market, there is a significant increase of the offer. There is Falcon 9, there is Antares, but also Atlas 5 back into the commercial market, H2A on the commercial market, and Sea Launch, which is still alive. Meaning that in front of 20 satellites, which is basically the accessible market, there is 10 launch services offered. Meaning that there will be significant restructuration to be expected in the launch service domain. Meaning that we have no chance in Europe to be competitive without first a competitive launcher, but without a domestic market. Because the ones who will survive are the ones who are competitive on one side, but also the ones who can rely upon a domestic market. So today the European industry is competitive, but the competitiveness of today is the light of the investments made 5 years ago. So today we have to prepare the competitiveness of tomorrow. And to prepare the competitiveness of tomorrow, we have to innovate. Innovate in new technologies, innovate in new industrial organization, innovate on each part of the end-to-end chain of economic value, from research to market. Innovation is not made of uniformity. And quick innovation cannot be based on consensus. This is very important. Innovation requires leaders and flexibility, which is the essence of ESA optional programs. Innovation requires also to take risks. We have to take risks in space because we explore the unknown, not only the unknown of space, but also the unknown of technologies. It's not so easy to take risks, especially in a risk-adverse society. Nobody likes failures these days. But we have no alternative but to take risks. And the only way to reconcile risk and success, what we are demonstrating on ESA missions, is expertise. Expertise is not in the books. Expertise is not in the computers. Expertise is not in regulations. Expertise is with the people. People of ESA, people of industry, people of research organizations. Today we have the best people. But we have to maintain this expertise. And this is the objective of ESA industrial policy. Support to competitiveness of industry, develop the expertise of European industry, because we like competition at ESA. Because we like the best ideas, we like the best price. But competition should not be used to destroy expertise, meaning that we have to be careful with the competition, to make sure that at the end of the competition, we have still the expertise which is required for further competition, but also for innovation. And we have to renew this expertise by attracting the best talents of the young generations to science and technology. It's not easy, because unfortunately there is a lot of competition between science and technology and other type of activities. You can make more money when you are a banker. You can be more visible when you are a lawyer. So it's not easy to attract the young to science and technology. But we have no alternative. We have to attract them, we have to educate them, and we have to motivate them. We have no alternative, and this is the reason why I am grateful, Madam Tillmans, that you have chosen that topic of young generations. Because our role, we, the older space generation, and also you, the decision makers, we have to join our forces to attract, educate, and motivate the best talents of the young generations. It will not be enough, because nothing will happen without the young generation themselves. And this is the reason why I'm so glad that we are inviting them in this room. Because they have to take initiatives, the young generations. They have to take the lead of the changes. This is what I say each time I make a speech in front of the newcomers of ESA, at ESA, my new colleagues. I am always telling them, don't let ESA change you. You have to change ESA. And I mean it. So ESA is lucky, because there is young ESA which have popped up. This is their initiative. And they are very active. And this is the reason why I have no doubt about the future of ESA, because the young generations are taking that on them, and they are taking that seriously. But this collective challenge is a very difficult one. It's a key for the future, not only in Europe, but in the world, maybe except in China. This is the only place where I have seen the young generation taking the lead. And we have to succeed to do that also in Europe. I dare to say that attracting the young talents to space is more difficult than to land a man on Mars. Very simple. Because we have no chance to land a man on Mars if we do not succeed to attract, educate, and motivate the young talents of Europe and beyond Europe. Because I shall answer to your question, Madam Tillman. I think that what is the most interesting part in space is that space is the best way to design a collective future on planet Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dordain, for all this enthusiasm. And I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Courard, who is the Belgian Deputy Minister of Science and Policy.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames, Messieurs les parlementaires, Monsieur le ministre d'État, Monsieur le Directeur général, Monsieur l'ambassadeur, dames en heren, Mesdames, Messieurs, en vos titres et qualités, voir autant de jeunes professionnels actifs dans le secteur spatial européen rassemblés ici aujourd'hui est porteur d'espoir. Je suis impatient d'apprendre comment ils envisagent le futur du spatial en Europe et comment nous pouvons pleinement leur donner leur place dans cette odyssée. La politique scientifique fédérale, département dont je suis responsable, contribue à bâtir une société de la connaissance. Société fondée sur le triptyque recherche, innovation et éducation. L'éducation dans ce triptyque est fondamentale, puisque construire une société de la connaissance demande un investissement de long terme dont le capital humain est la clé. La sensibilisation aux sciences reste essentielle pour développer une culture scientifique au sein de notre société et pour en préparer l'avenir. Quand on parle de science et de recherche, le secteur spatial est évidemment parmi les plus fascinants. Le spatial reflète le rêve d'une humanité pacifiée qui progresse grâce à des collaborations constructives et généreuses entre États. Le spatial est également à l'origine de nombreuses applications de notre quotidien. Nous connaissons tous le GPS, la téléphonie mobile ou la télévision par satellite. Nous sommes déjà un peu moins nombreux à connaître les possibilités qu'offre la télémédecine aux patients vivant dans les zones isolées. En tant que secrétaire d'État à la politique scientifique et aux personnes handicapées, je suis particulièrement aussi attentif au projet ESA de navigateur personnel qui guidera les personnes malvoyantes et leur permettra de se localiser. Vous le voyez, au-delà des défis technologiques et de la compréhension de l'univers, l'exploration spatiale répond à de nombreux défis et de nombreux enjeux terrestres. Je suis donc très heureux que cette conférence soit dédiée aux étudiants et à leur intérêt pour l'espace. Et je souhaiterais d'ailleurs partager avec vous quelques réflexions sur l'importance de la formation et de l'éducation dans le domaine spatial. Mesdames, Messieurs, aucune mission spatiale ne verrait le jour sans scientifiques pour la définir ou sans ingénieurs pour la développer. Sans astrophysiciens, l'univers resterait éternellement un mystère. Et sans spécialistes en propulsion, les satellites resteraient cloués au sol. Sinds ik bevoegd ben voor de ruimtevaart ontmoette ik de ambtenaren van het CNES, de ESA en vele ruimtevaartbedrijven. Ze vertelden met allen over het belang om creatieve geesten van jongs of aan in contact te brengen met de ruimte. Dit zal het succes van morgen zijn. Elk op hun eigen manier proberen we hen te activeren door het organiseren van bezoeken, stages in bedrijven, activiteiten op scholen, zelf lagere scholen. Kortom, programma's, projecten en talrijke initiatieven voor veel jonge mensen die geïnteresseerd zijn in wetenschap en technologie. Meneer Dordain kan u meer detail geven, het was het geval, over educatieve activiteiten van het ESA. In België tellen de overheidsdiensten tot de beste leerlingen van de ruimtevaart. Als stichtenlid van het Europese ruimteagentschap zijn wij netto de 5e grootste bijdrager van het Europese ruimteagentschap. In relatieve cijfers, als we de bijdragers rangschikken, op vlak van inwoners bezetten België de 2e plaats na het groot hertogdom Luxembourg. J'ai eu l'occasion de remettre le prix Sciences à l'école mené dans le cadre du programme E0 de l'ESA. Plus de 100 écoles primaires et secondaires avaient participé à ce projet de promotion de la science du spatial auprès des jeunes via les enseignants. Au début de cette année, j'ai lancé le Belgian National Trainee, programme en accord avec l'ESA et en futur partenariat avec les communautés et les régions. Ce programme géré par Belspo et la haute représentation belge pour la politique spatiale permet à de jeunes ingénieurs belges d'acquérir l'expérience dans une équipe technique de l'agence et de lancer ainsi leur carrière dans le spatial. La semaine prochaine, j'annoncerai les noms des premiers National Trainees belges qui entameront donc leur aventure au centre technique ESTEC de l'agence aux Pays-Bas. Mesdames, Messieurs, les succès d'aujourd'hui sont le fruit de nos investissements d'hier. Alors, ensemble, préparons nos réussites de demain. Continuons à investir dans la matière grise des jeunes qui veulent consacrer leur vie à l'avancement de la technologie et de la science. Les défis sont importants et je suis convaincu qu'ensemble, nous allons les relever. Je terminerai en remerciant la présidente, Madame Tilmans, la présidente de cette conférence, pour l'impulsion et le soutien qu'elle apporte à notre travail en vous invitant tous à assurer ensemble le futur du spatial en Europe. Je vous assure en tout cas de mon entier soutien dans cette entreprise ambitieuse. Je vous remercie de votre attention. Dank u wel voor uw aandacht.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire d'État, pour vos propos chaleureux. Alors, je voudrais now I ask the floor Mr. Vittorio Prodi. Mr. Prodi is chair of the Sky and Space Intergroup of the European Parliament.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Ladies and gentlemen, senators, ministers, and other distinguished guests, it's a pleasure for me to be back at the European Interparliamentary Space Conference, and I would like to especially thank Madame la Sénatrice Dominique Tillman for her invitation to be with you today and for the work she is doing as a chair of the EISC. As a member of the European Parliament and physicist myself, I know that opportunities science gives to our societies. I know that in order to meet the challenges we face, creating innovative societies by fostering youth involvement in science and technical education programs is crucial. All too often we hear that more can be done. In the international media and in discussions with stakeholders, it is highlighted that around the globe economies are facing a serious shortfall of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, in acronym STEM, STEM, graduates. A global talent race has begun. All major industrial powers are making significant investments in research and development programs, ushering in a new wave of industrial policies, and this is especially true for the space sector. This will require high qualified workers who will have to be trained and educated. A report by the European Commission in December 2012 entitled The EU Skills Panorama shows that the supply of STEM skill is worryingly insufficient due to declining numbers of STEM graduates, continuing low achievement in science at school, negative perceptions about the STEM-related careers, such as lower pay, compared to other sectors who employ those with strong number skills, i.e. finance. On top of the increasing global competition for STEM graduates, the EU, though, has a problem in attracting and retaining talent. The role of the European space sector in combating this important challenge cannot be underestimated. I note that today the conference is focused on the supply side of this problem, with questions such as enhancing the interest of graduates in space and promoting a greater synergy between industry and education systems. I would like to take a slightly different approach. We want to encourage science, technology, engineering, and mathematics as real opportunities for our graduates. Not only do we have to foster interests in these fields at a young age, but we have an obligation to ensure that quality jobs in these fields with globally competitive remuneration exist in Europe. This is to foster the demand side of the equation by combating negative perceptions of career paths and increasing the attractiveness of Europe for the world's best. As the representative of the EU institutions on this panel, I would like to briefly talk about what the EU is doing to help build a resilient European space sector to inspire generations. It is here that the EU has the most influence, having been granted shared competencies for the drafting of European space policy under the Treaty of Lisbon. An important element to note about the European space sector is that 4 large EU industrial groups are directly responsible for more than 70% of the total space industry employment. Moreover, the European institutional market represents more than half of the European space manufacturing industry's final sales in 2011. The public and private spheres are therefore intricately linked. The ability of our space sector to offer high-quality jobs and employ our STEM graduates relies heavily on the action taken by the EU to deploy space-based infrastructures and other flagship programs and support the sector to achieve more internationally. It is to this end that in 2013 the EU began to finalize its new European space industrial policy. It is leading efforts to ensure that Europe further develops a balanced space industrial base by bringing more SMEs into this sector, promoting further technological leadership, and by remaining non-dependent in strategic sectors like launchers. In the European Commission communication on this topic, there were also specific action foreseen on institutional frameworks and funding to ensure the availability of necessary skills. The EU will develop and provide to industry a long-term and clear vision of the institutional market at EU level, providing predictability for industry on EU projects. Second, it will carry out and update a mapping of the supply chain to ensure the right level of European independence, expertise, and competitiveness. This will have downstream effect of ensuring high-tech design and manufacturing stays in Europe. Third, moreover, we will support the development of the skills demanded by the space sector by promoting and establishing of mutually recognized academic space qualification in Europe. This includes a plan to initiate and coordinate between member states the development of dedicated space academies, linking supply with demand and equipping graduates with the skills they need to succeed. Finally, in the new R&D framework, the program Horizon 2020, the EU will take steps to ensure that when it funds space research, PhD candidates must do a part of it. This already had a demonstrable effect in other research initiatives, such as in air traffic management. As a rapporteur for the Copernicus program, I would briefly suggest to our young talents that from the time Star Wars and Star Trek captured the imagination of a whole generation towards space exploration, space research has evolved enormously to include new dimensions and new challenges for our planet's sustainable development. From the deployment of satellites and sensors to control climate change effects to other components that make a functioning digital space possible, to the monitoring system that allows us to face all space risks and challenges like space collisions and its dangerous consequences. It is time to gather these young generation talents and put it to good use for our collective development and achievement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prodis. You are still passionate by space. Now, I propose to hear the message of Lucas Parmitano from the ISS. It will deliver a message for our conference.
Been a supporter of research on the ISS and in Columbus module in which I'm working, and which is also the result of a very fruitful European cooperation. The support of national parliament in education is essential because it ensures the future of Europe's primary and main source of wealth, and that's its knowledge society. I would like to send out a special message to the members of national parliaments to continue engaging in promoting space, because it is an incredible multiplier for socio-economic growth, and it is a fundamental tool for educating and providing exciting careers in the space sector. Space inspires the new generations not only in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but in all disciplines. And that's why I'd like to send out a message to the young professionals and students present today. Keep up your fascination for space, because space is not only engineers, mathematicians, or pilots, but it's also looking for geographers, agronomists, graphic designers, technicians, many others. Keep studying hard, work hard, and follow your dreams. Keep doing what you love and love what you do, because we need you, and there is a lot more to discover. I wish you a great conference, a very fruitful one, and I hope to see you when I'm back on Earth in November. For now, ciao.
Thank you to Lucas. He is our ESA astronaut on board of the ISS. Just before to ask Frank De Winne to take the floor, I have to present the three voluntarians. They learn cartoon at school, and they just finished high school, and they come from Saint-Luc Institute, and I have asked them to animate our conference. I think it's an opportunity for them and also an opportunity for us. So thank you for the three voluntarians. So I will ask now Frank De Winne to take the presidency, and during this time the young scientists and professionals to take place here in front. And please come on, the remote. And during this time I will present Frank De Winne. Frank is our Belgian astronaut, the second one after Dirk Fremuth. He has two missions. In 22, in 29. In 22, he flew on the ISS, and in 2009, he flew during 6 months on the ISS, and he became the first ESA astronaut to command the ISS, and we are very proud of him. Thank you, Frank. I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Madame la Présidente. Well, I see that we have gathered all the young people here around me as well. It's, of course, very nice to be surrounded by the future of space. We have heard a number of speeches this morning. Our Director General, who has said all the successes that we have here today in space that ESA has demonstrated over the last years. And also the success of the last ministerial conferences, where our member states have decided to invest a lot in space. And indeed, space is an investment. It's not a cost, but it's an investment. And I think it's very important that we all recognize that. But on the same time, if we invest in space and we continue to invest in space, we need to make sure that we will be able to execute those programs. So we will need resources. Resources are not only financial resources, but it's also human resources. So this is why you, all the young people, are here around us. And so I would like that you take this opportunity to share your ideas, your questions with the decision makers that are present here as well, but also that you do this with the industrial people that will have their conference this afternoon. As you know, they will have a session this afternoon, and I would like them to pick up on what Mr. Prodi said. There is not only the push side, which we are doing from the agency on, and that Mr. Dordain explained so well, that our expertise is in the people. We also have to have a demand side. We also need to create from the industrial side the attractive career that can attract the best and the greatest young people towards science and technology and towards careers in space. So please also feel free to offer your suggestions to the industrial people that will have the conference this afternoon. Last but not least, I would like to ask you to talk from your personal expertise. We are all here to represent today your interest as young people, not necessarily the interest of the organization to which you're affiliated. This is a chance for you to talk directly to the decision makers and to the industry, so please feel free to do so. I would also like to introduce my colleague Kai-U Schögel, who is in ESA, amongst other things, also responsible for the education department in ESA, who will lead the debate together with me. And we will try to do this in a little bit a dynamic way. I will stop talking for most of the time because the floor should really be yours. And I would like to ask you to start by introducing yourselves very shortly, because of course we are more interested in your views, in your content, in your questions. But please, for the audience, give a short introductions, and I would start from my right about your past and who you are yourself.
Thank you. I'm coming from the Romanian Space Agency. I'm a research scientist in the Department of Earth Observation. I'm just weeks away from finishing my PhD in the University of Siegen in Germany. What I'm doing, basically, I'm developing software tools and algorithms for remote sensing, geointelligence, both for commercial applications and governmental ones. In the last 4 years for my research and my ideas, I got some awards from the European Union Satellite Center, some private companies in the US, and IEEE in Canada, and also the ISPRS in Australia. I'm also a reviewer for the leading publications in the field, for the IEEE journal in remote sensing. I'm a graduate of the International Space University last year at NASA Kennedy Space Center, and also from time to time I'm writing for National Geographic various articles. And besides my remote sensing work, I have also been the engineer of the first Romanian simulation mission, ROMARS, at MDRS in Utah. That's my background.
Thank you, Dragos. Ignacio?
Hello. I'm coming from Spain. I'm working in the industry at Astrum Spain, and I'm in charge of the equipment supply chain management of the equipment that we have to procure for the satellite development in Spain. So I'm part of the industry team. I have studied telecommunication engineer with some specialization in communication. I started with a grant in the Spanish industry.
Thank you. Vivian?
Good morning, everyone. So I'm Vivian Crues. I'm from France. I'm still a master's student. I studied in France in the École Polytechnique for 5 years, like every French people. I studied environmental engineering with very space orientation because I studied meteorology and everything with space observation. I'm now in a double degree at the TU München, so in Germany, where I study a master in space observation and environmental engineering. I did 2 internships, one in Astrium Friedrichshafen, so really in the space industry, and the second one in Kaisertrede OHB in Munich, where I could work on ANITA 2, which is a very interesting project you can see with the astronauts in the ISS.
Thank you. Francesca?
Good morning, everyone. I come from Italy. I'm a fellow inside the Italian Space Agency into the International Relations Unit. I got my master's degree in International Policy and Diplomacy, and with a final dissertation on European Space Agency and European Union relationship, precisely into the enlargement and strategies. I studied at the University of Padua, and I spent also a period into the law faculty of Université de Bourgogne, Dijon. I have some experience in the space sector, especially I attended the summer course of the European Center of Space Law, and I had a traineeship also inside the European Space Agency where I wrote my thesis in 2009. 4 years ago I moved to Rome, where I attended a post-university master course in space policy and institutions, and after that I became a fellow inside the Italian Space Agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal?
I'm Crystal and I'm from Belgium. I studied a Master of Biology and afterwards a Master in Molecular Biotechnology. And I just finished my PhD study. It was at the Belgian Nuclear Research Center together with the Catholic University of Louvain-la-Neuve. And during the study it was about microbial contamination in space. And it's a very important factor that needs to be under control if you want to make long human space missions possible. And during this study we try to unravel how two types of bacteria that are often found in a space-related environment, such as the water aboard the space station or in clean rooms, we studied how they are able to survive in these environments.
Thank you, Crystal. Chiara?
Hello, I'm Ciara McGrath. I'm studying for my master's degree at the University of Strathclyde in Glasgow in Scotland, where I'm studying aeromechanical engineering. I'm originally from Ireland and I've moved over to Scotland to study, and I've also worked in the space industry throughout Europe. So I've spent some time working with Numa Engineering in Dublin in Ireland. I've also worked in Kaiserslautern in Munich, where I spent a year studying at the Technical University to specialize in space studies. And then I've just completed an internship in the Thermal Control Division of EISC in the European Space Agency in the Netherlands. Thank you.
Continue with Virginie.
Okay, my name is Virginie Hagen. I'm a mechanical engineer. I had the pleasure to get a grant from the German Space Agency and worked 2 years for the amazing program in the ESA, the HEV. And since 1.5 years I'm part of the HSO, Human Spaceflight Operations Department. And currently I'm planning with my colleagues the increments with European experiments for Alexander Gerst and Samantha Cristoforetti. So it's very exciting and I have a lot of pleasure.
Thank you, Martin.
Hello, my name is Mart Norma. One of the most important things in my life has been being part of the Estonian student satellite project, which, thanks to the help from ESA, took Estonian first satellite to the orbit in May this year. And nowadays I also teach space technology courses for students of science and engineering at the University of Tartu. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ishil. I'm currently a PhD student at the Von Karman Institute in Belgium. After finishing my undergrad and graduate studies in Istanbul Technical University, I arrived to Belgium. I did a master after master level in Von Karman Institute on hypersonic aerothermodynamics. And then I stayed for a PhD level. Now I'm working on as a part of the QB50 project, which is 50 CubeSats from all over the world. And we're one of the 50 CubeSats. Ours is called Karman, and it is supposed to behave like a real spacecraft and perform an atmospheric entry. And I'm responsible for the aerothermodynamic instrumentation. So it's actually a small vehicle with an ablative TPS in front, and it's very exciting to be here also as a part of this consortium.
Hi, Blażej.
Hello, my name is Błażej Zieliński. As you see, my name is quite difficult because I'm from Poland, but sorry, there are consequences of European Union. Now I'm president of Student Space Association at Warsaw University of Technology. I'm studying aerospace engineering, and I have a personal short story for us because my grandfather was an Allied soldier, and he fought for freedom of France, Belgium, and the Netherlands. And 68 years after, I have a great honor to speak to you about the future, not about the history. I'm interested on robotics. I participate in NASA Robotics Mining Competition, and now I work with my colleagues for Mars rovers, Moon rovers, and also remotely operated vehicle, underwater robotics part of our work. So thank you.
I'm Christoph.
So good morning, I'm Christoph Merz. I studied at the Faculty of Applied Sciences of the University of Brussels, and then at the Swiss Institute of Technology in Lausanne, prior to being invited for an internship at the European Space Agency at the Earth Thermodynamics and Propulsion Analysis section, where I was given the opportunity to work on FP7 hypersonic flight development programs like LabCat 2 and Atlas 2. I was later hired for YGT at the Aerothermodynamics and Propulsion Analysis section, where I was given the opportunity to deepen my knowledge of hypersonic flight through still the participation in several hypersonic flight development programs at ESA in collaboration with, among others, ONERA, the DLR, and reaction engines in the United Kingdom. Further to that YGT period at EISC in the Netherlands, I was seconded by ESA to the United Kingdom to provide technical support to reaction engines for the development of their Sabre engine, and I had the privilege to witness the development of a very high technology engine in Europe. Further to that period and the end of my assignments with ESA, I was offered the position of head of propulsion at Swiss Space Systems, where I'm now to meet the challenge of developing the propulsion system of a new launch system in Europe.
Thank you. Now you see we are already international, but we now turn even becoming multinational, and this is why we have also invited two representatives of organizations. And while all these people are speaking on their personal behalf, and as you have heard, the chairwoman insisted on that, our two other colleagues are representing young people, young professionals, and they are representing quite a lot of them. Let's start with SGAC.
Okay, this works. So I'm Andrea Jaime, I'm coming from Spain, but as Cayuba said, I'm representing here the SGAC, which is a non-profit organization. It stands for Space Generation Advisory Council. And basically we are a non-profit organization, international, that represents young professionals and students in the space sector. So we have a permanent observer status at the UN. So actually our history is very much linked with the policy side and by the fact that the space sector is becoming a bit old, let's say, especially in terms of policy. And back in 1999 at the Unispace 3, I'm sure a lot of you will remember that big event. They thought that they were in the need of having input from the young generation, so they created the SGAC, and that's what we are now since 1999. We are a network of more than 4,000 members spread all around the world, more than 100 different countries, and we are working hard and we are growing. We're growing a lot, and we're very happy for that. If I have to introduce myself, because we're up here, but actually we should be down there. It's the same. So I'm an aeronautical engineer, and I studied in Barcelona, UPC, and then I did my master's in aerospace. I also worked for ESA as a YGT in the Human Space Flight Directorate. It was a pleasure, and now I'm the executive director of SGAC. I am also graduated from the ISU, International Space University. I also did the CVA, the Communauté de Ville Ariane, and well, other short programs that I think that helped a lot in my education. And yeah, that's me. Thanks.
Thank you. Hugo.
Hello, my name is Hugo. I'm Portuguese, and I started work at ESA in 2002. I work in the communication department, but I don't think that is the important topic today. I'm here as representative of Young ESA. Young ESA was a network that was created in 2005 by young professionals. And when I mean young professionals, it's all the type of professionals and functions that we have at ESA. We have staff, contractors, YGTs, trainees, research fellows. Everybody below the age of 40 are welcome. Okay? No? Yes?
The microphone is not working very well.
Hello? Is it working now?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, my name is Hugo.
Still Hugo?
Still Hugo. Okay, let's go on. So, Young ESA is composed by all the type of professionals that work at ESA. I don't don't know what to do.
La place du président.
Hello. Is your name still Hugo?
No, I'll change now. No, I'm still Hugo. All the young professionals at EISA are welcome to join Young EISA, and the idea is to motivate and create a network between all of us to exchange ideas and knowledge, to expand also the organization knowledge and the know-how when you arrive there. When you arrive to Young EISA, sometimes you are a bit lost, and Young EISA is a network that supports you on that.
Thank you. Now, let's start with the roundtable for the next hour. Frank and I sent around a short note to the participants where we said, this is not an oral exam. Of course, we did not say it's much worse. No. We will now conduct the discussion in 2 or 3 rounds where we first would like to learn from the young people about their experience, how they came to space, what attracted them, what made the fascination to really go for that goal to work in the space sector. Then another round which would deal with their expectations, with the ideas they have, the visions, also what they would like to do, what they would like to change. And this will certainly also lead to more or less concrete ideas, possibly addressed to the parliamentarians, maybe challenging them, maybe asking them, and this should lead at the last phase of our roundtable into a dialogue with the parliamentarians present. So Frank will shoot the first question.
Well, just to anybody who wants to take it, it's about making young people enthusiastic for space career. So what made you enthusiastic? Can we learn from your experience to say, well, if this is what made me for personal choose for space, so we should do more of that so that more young people can choose for space. So I don't know who wants to take the floor around this. Yes, Christophe, to start.
Well, I can take the initiative over here and tell you about my personal experience. So if I have to trace back my interest for space, I would give you 2 points. So here in Belgium, first, my interest for space and aerospace activities started with the Royal Belgian Air Cadets, which is a very extraordinary organization funded by the Air Force, which is providing pilot instruction to young people at the age of 14, 15, until they reach the age of 19. I was given the extraordinary opportunity to meet pilots, among others Frank De Winne. I was given the opportunity to see the reality of the aerospace world, see air bases, see the operation, and get an extraordinary instruction, which is already piping you towards STEM studies. Later on, I went to the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, and I had a chance to hear about the internships at EISA, and this led me to my first internship at the propulsion division at EISA, where I was given the opportunity to be really involved into an FP7 program under the supervision of José Longo and Johan Stilland. I was given the opportunity to meet a lot of people all around Europe, meet our partners at DLR and also at ONERA, meet all those people who are trying to develop cutting-edge technologies in Europe as part of the development of hypersonic flight. And there are a lot of initiatives over there. And finally, well, I have to say that this new program of the European Space Agency called YGT to Industry, which has been launched only a couple of years ago, gave me the opportunity to be detached from the European Space Agency to an industrial partner in the United Kingdom. And this is absolutely extraordinary because you are given the opportunity to see the 2 sides of the European space industry. You see the industry and the agency at the same time. It gives you a very strong background, and it really fosters your interest. It also broadens your set of skills and prepares you for, well, in my case, this position of head of propulsion for an extraordinary, interesting adventure. That's all.
Thank you, Christophe. Anybody that wants to add to this? Vivian?
So for personal history, I am born in space, so my stepfather is working in space industry, space agency to be more precise, since 20 years. So since I'm in age to understand and see, I'm seeing stickers of Ariane 5 in my wall house and hearing of satellites and rockets. But first I think you want to hear an experience that every student can have. It's very interesting to hear that in my school, in the École Polytechnique, you cannot study space mechanics. There is no chair to study space mechanics. So I had the chance to launch with the CNES a student space center in my school. It was a chance because there was a von Karman Institute who provides us projects with the QB50 project. It was an occasion to interest a lot of students to space on a very dynamic project, very autonomous project, and we raised a lot of money from the French industry to do this project, and with 15 of my fellows we built this student space center, and we are now making a lot of projects, of space projects, and these are we are interesting the students in space through a very dynamical and non-official version, because it is not a teaching, and that is what is interesting mostly the students. It's to have something, not always teachings and scientific teachings, but to experience during our studies, experience space and project and leadership in a very autonomous way, and that was personally my biggest experience of space, and the most, I would say, interesting, and where I learned the most during my studies.
Okay. Andrea?
So I want to give a different perspective. For example, in my case, I really was interested in space since I was a kid, and with this, I want to highlight, like, it's very important to bring the education of science and technology since you're really a kid. So in my case, when I was reading stories, I wanted to be a witch. And the main reason is because the witches were always flying to the moon. You have always the image of the moon, the witch. So I wanted to go to the moon. So I was reading. And then also when I was walking in the beach, I'm from Valencia, so really close to the Mediterranean. I was walking and the moon was always following me. So like, okay, the moon was to be my friend, so I have to be friend of the moon also. And the only way to be in friend with somebody is to know more about this person, about these things. So I became more interested in, okay, let's be friends with the moon. And then when I grow up a bit more, I realized that the witches were not real. And I realized also that the real witches were astronauts, because they were the ones that were actually flying to the moon. So I was like, okay, then I don't want to be a witch anymore. I want to be an astronaut. And then from there, now I always say I want to be an ESA staff in the future, not an astronaut anymore, maybe. But with this, I mean that we really need to aim not only at university studies level and have projects, of course, and these training programs for me, YGT was a big thing, but still at schools, so to make sure that we have these young professionals that people that is working in industry going back to schools, to the kids, having little workshops and just letting them know with their type of words, with their understanding what space is and how amazing space is. So I think that's something that you should, when you're back home, work more on this curriculum at really 5-6-year-old kids, because it's where you can really make an impact for the future.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. Chiara?
I just wanted to say that I think that everybody sort of made the same point without necessarily noticing it, which is that there's probably, the way I see it is that there's two very different things here. There's the inspiration that comes maybe when you're a child, that space is fascinating, and I don't think that that's necessarily very difficult, because even so far on from the Apollo program, this fascination with astronauts and with going to space, it's this curiosity that's innate to humans, that we want to find out what's out there and to go further. And I think that that's really easy to inspire sometimes in children especially. But the difficulty, as Viviane and Christophe said, is then when you get to the stage of university level in particular, is that it's not also often so easy to follow this on further. And the dream of being an astronaut when you're a child suddenly seems very out of reach. And similar to Viviane, my experience in university was that when I went there as an aeronautical engineer, I was originally planning to do aircraft. And it was only that in my university, when I arrived there, they put together a group called CEDS, which is Students for the Exploration and Development of Space. And again, this was an opportunity for us to really get involved and see what was possible. And through that, we've developed some CubeSat projects, we've worked on other things, and suddenly, on a very, step-by-step level, we've seen that even from a student level, you can achieve these things. You can launch on things like the Rexus and Vexus missions. You can get involved in a really real way in space. And suddenly having a career in the space industry no longer seems so impossible or so far out of reach. And especially, as you say, in many universities, they don't have a space studies program. So these things are so important for showing students that it's not a crazy dream that you've had as a child to be a witch or to be an astronaut, that it's really something achievable. So I think there's two sides to it that everybody's mentioned.
Okay, Dragos?
For me, the story is a bit different because I had absolutely no connection with space until I was the last year of university. I was 23 years old. And actually, up until then, my passion was photography. So I was studying photography. I wanted to do image processing for digital cameras. And almost no one in my university said anything about space programs and remote sensing or anything until that point. And when I saw the first images from space, from the SPOT satellites, the Worldview satellites, and this was my master's thesis, that's when I decided I want to work in this field. So basically I joined the space domain through my interest in art, not necessarily science, because I had no idea this exists until then. So I think it's important to somehow combine both fields into this direction.
Okay, but what I'm hearing, and then we'll continue the debate, but what I'm hearing, especially here, is that, first of all, we need an inspirational aspect, and yes, astronauts still play a role in there. We have seen Luca Parmitano on the screen, and everybody was very happy that he was there, so I think certainly we need to continue to build attractive programs that can be inspirations for young people. That is certainly something that comes out. But the second part, I think, which is very important, what I've heard from all of you, is that even as young people, you need to have practical examples where you can work yourself in space projects. They don't need to be extremely complex necessarily, but hands-on experience rather than just lessons is something that also brought you at the end towards space, because it was also hands-on experience. Francesca.
From my experience, so from a political and juridical point of view, space represents a new frontier for diplomacy. And space is a fast-passing, evolving world, so it's mentally an exciting exercise. And I love also the effort to go over national interest and find human dreams realization. So that's why I chose to follow this particular field of professions. And also, like like others professionals, I found this the space interest late in university. And I hope that somewhere else would find it earlier than me, because it's very interesting. Thank you.
So I'd like to raise a point after what you said. Can you hear me? Thanks to the QB50 project, we've met a group in Israel that it's an institute for kids from age 8 until 17, and they're actually building CubeSats, and they're sending it to space. So what I believe is the interest really goes for a kid, especially, to send something actually to space. And this is very easy when it comes to the CubeSat or nano-satellite or nano-spacecraft projects. Nowadays it's easy to launch, except the launch costs. But I guess this we can talk about in the policies round. But I'd also like to share my experience. Personally, I was like Andrea, as a kid I wanted to become an astronaut, and I saw I was even sick in the car, so I guess that was not a possibility. But my interest in space began with the book Little Prince of Saint-Exupéry, And then as I grew up, I saw also that imagine you're sitting on the moon and you're looking at the Earth, and human beings are actually one single species that should all be in harmony. There shouldn't be any war, they should all be friends, and it should be peace. So as I grew up, I realized this, that space is actually a means to make this the truth. So if you take a space project, it's all different nationalities all together, maybe 2 nations that were in war 50 years ago, and it's actually fascinating, in my opinion, that space is a means to bring all humanity together peacefully.
Okay, thank you. Blaže?
I think my story is very simple. When I was young, I watched a program about David Hilbert. David Hilbert is a famous and also charismatic mathematician from Germany. And in my opinion, he said very powerful words. Sorry for my German. It seems to be wir müssen wissen, wir werden wissen. In English, it's we have to know and we will to know. So I think about that, and I think that as an engineer, I have another question. We must explore space, so we just do it. It's very simple, of course, but I also have some skills in public relations. I'm working on a few profiles on Facebook, and I think the most important to create some enthusiasm in community, especially in young people, is use some very powerful and simple words. Of course, we can talk about telecommunication, about attitude control, about how we can reach the sky. But I think the words of David Hilbert is the best way, because it's very simple, very powerful, and it's increase our ideas. So, thank you.
Well, I would like to add a few words and react to what's been said so far, because I've heard some of you telling me that they would like a bit more specialization in their programs, and that they would like to foster particularly space-oriented programs or activities. And even if I kind of disagree with the interest of an organization like UK CET, I have to disagree with the idea of specialization of our studies. I think that it's very important for an engineer, if we want him to be efficient all along his career and to be able to master a lot of fields and be actually a multi-skilled engineer, it's very important for him to be a generalist engineer, to have a very wide set of skills and be able to master a lot of different things. So we should avoid specializing too much, because that's going to make us very rapidly useless, or it might be making us useless. On the other hand, regarding the interest of space careers, I think that we have forgotten an important point here. So all of us are very qualified, meaning that at the end of our studies, we are being aggressively approached by all the other companies acting in high-level technology, and not only space-related companies. So you need to compete to try and hire the best students, and for this you cannot only rely on passion only. I'm afraid it's not enough, or maybe it may be enough for a very small portion of us, but you need something more to promise. You need to promise something more. And I think that the YGT program, among others, is giving this extra something, because the very high-level students that you are getting, that you are trying to hire, are actually those who want to keep on learning. 1 year where we don't learn anything at this age, at our age, is a year lost. So you have to offer us the opportunity to learn a lot and to perform at the highest level. I think that's very important. We need to be given the opportunity to master the cutting-edge technologies, and we need to feel that we are involved into doing something extraordinary. That's what inspires us. That's what we want to do. We want to be the best ones, and not only in Europe. We want to compete with the United States, with China, with India. We want to be sure that we are going to be able to compete against these and be given the tools to do that.
I think this already leads to the next round we have in mind, which is following the experiences, the initiation each of you had for space. We should talk about the expectations and also how, building on your experience, we can advise the policymakers on how to make space being even more attractive. You had your idea, your heureka at the moment where you said, well, I want to go into space. But what could we do? What should we do? The whole sector, which is the agencies, industry, and others, to make young people being even more interested and trying to follow such a career, go into the STEM fields, but also into social sciences and deal with space. Mart, your ideas.
Well, I know policymakers are not almighty, but if you would, I would say first thing to do is to see that your national television channels would show more science fiction. Because what I have seen, we conducted a study among our student satellite team, 100 students, and 75% of them said, we selected this exact science curriculum for our studies because of influence of watching science fiction movies or reading science fiction books as children.
Interesting. So shall we stop making the serious kind of communication for space, or shall we move into that? Well, what do you think?
Well, I'm pretty sure that it's exactly what Christopher said here earlier. First, as a child, you watch science fiction, and later a company or a university comes with a message, look, we make it reality. It's not, I a little bit argue with what you said. When you practice your space technology issues at high school or university, it doesn't have to be very complicated. I'm just thinking the other way. It has to be the greatest challenge ever for the youngster, and that brings them to the space sector.
Okay. Virginie, you're working in human spaceflight. Was it science fiction, or was it Frank on board of the space station?
In which matter? For me, for the inspiration, it was both the personal inspiration by my father, who was teaching rocket engine development, and my sister is called Ariane, so I had it really in my surrounding. But of course, when I was really little, Star Trek, Star Wars, I thought this is our future, and I'm convinced that we all witness a Mars mission. If manned or not manned, robotic, I don't know, I don't have the feeling. I'm sure that it will be meant. But I think we really need to create dreams again, and I think the competition, which was in the 60s with a race to the moon, brought a lot to humanity and concerning space technology. And for me personally, we have to create this dreams again, so looking further than Mars. So Mars, I think we are there in this in our generation. But maybe we have to start influencing the smaller generations, the younger students, with Jupiter or even beyond the solar system, because I think it would be a pity if we miss the step and we lose the connection to create the dreams where then the future engineers are growing out of.
Right. So you see, we have a colorful panel with rocket scientist dynasty with a witch over there. This is why we put her up here. But continue with that round, Christel.
From my own experience, I think that the biggest problem is that not all young students know that they can contribute to the dream of everybody to explore humans further than worlds further than Earth, because I'm a biologist and I never heard of space research before I started at SEK. So I think that space research is not only developing all the necessary technologies, and you should explain to the young people that all the other science like biology, physiotherapy and everything is really important as well, because you can develop all the necessary techniques, but if you cannot protect the health of the astronauts, you can never make a space mission possible. And I think that if more biomedical scientists know that they can contribute to that, it's very fascinating, because during my PhD I learned that bacteria, which everybody sees as the most simple life form that exists, they are one of the most important factors to make a mission possible. So if you can study that and contribute in such a way to space research, I think it's highly fascinating, and I think you can easily attract young people for such kind of research, because we can do all the research that you do for space has implications as well as on Earth, so you can work on a future but as well on the research today. So I think it's very interesting.
Right. Also a very important element for our discussion as the results. We heard about Earth observation and how to get by chance more or less to Earth observation, and we have biology, we have the engineering subject. So this is something we have to make clear, obviously, at a very early stage, that space is not simply the one subject, but it's really broad, and it provides for a lot of subjects the ideas and a way forward. Now let's continue with Vivian.
So I'm sure in space there is a lot to do. The big question is, when you can build a rocket, when you can build a satellite, you can build a car, you can build a windmill. And the question is, why are you going to build a satellite? Because I come from a school where we learned a lot of things. We have a very wide formation in economics, biology, for example, I don't know, mechanics, physics. So at the end, the question is, why am I going to study space, to work in space? The question is, in the early years of space, when you read the little history of Mr. Blamont, for example, they were pioneers. It was a lot to do. They were very dynamic. They had a big autonomous. There was a dream, but there was still an environment to work where they could do a lot, where it was dynamic. And now, if you're coming out of school, you have very dynamic fields like informatics, computational mechanics. The question is, why do you want to go to space? And I think this image of space, which is becoming more and more institutional, has to be seen from another point of view. We have to be very dynamic. We have to be fluent, like the pioneers at the beginning, where they had this dream, and this dream was real because they went to Kourou, and it was they had seen what they did, and that's from my point of view not the point, or only in very specific industries, very little industries which are very dynamic. For example, Kaiser Trader is very dynamic, for example, from my point of view.
Okay, thank you. Ignacio.
Well, I think that what we have to do is to focus on the kids, as Adriana has said before, because I still remember that when I started to work at my company, I have the chance to go to the family day with my cousin, with my little cousin, 10 and 11, and I tried to show and to teach them what satellites was working and so on, and they started to ask, but what is this place? It's between a star, it's close to the moon. They know a lot of things about planets, about the stars, about the sun, but they do not know nothing about satellites. So I think that it's very important to focus on the school and to provide not all the information, but some knowledge about the satellite at the very beginning, because if we are able to touch the heart of the children, we will be able at the end to have their time. So I think it's very important to focus on this at the very beginning, because once you are in the university, you can change a little bit, but you are a dreamer when you are a kid and you want to be an astronaut, or you want to be as Fernando Alonso or Michael Schumacher in the cars, and you are focusing all your studies in this direction, but after that I think it's very difficult. So it's very important to start at the beginning.
I think just a small intermezzo maybe here. What I think I've heard, and maybe I'm wrong, but at least science fiction is still something that is important for young people to look at. And myself, I'm a big Star Trek fan. I became a space flyer because I wanted to be Captain Kirk, so I can testify as well for that. But on the other hand, as well, if you look to those science fiction series, they are very dynamic. And people do new things. And so this is indeed maybe something that we need to take away from the agency side, but also from the industrial side. And Mr. Dordain has alluded to him in his speech as well. Today we are a very risk-averse society. A risk-averse society which starts, of course, with the decision makers who want to take a decision but who don't want to have a failure of their decisions. And the same in our agencies where we have programs and we do everything to reduce the risk to a maximum extent possible. But if we continue much further, maybe we will not implement new things anymore and we will lose the dynamics of the whole new era. And there we see maybe some new emergent companies that indeed are not so risk averse, go further and maybe can take the next step. So certainly those dynamics, the risk analysis, and everything that is related to that, I think, is something that we need to take into account. Yes.
So we talk about raising the interest, or as you say, making the work perfect. But this is maybe a bit too much for a young engineer. But it's a question to the politicians, actually. How are you sure that you allow people to do this? For example, you open ESA, for example. Do you really take people on the technical skills, or you're actually somehow putting some etiquette, like you're from this country, your GPA at university was below this, or this kind of, let's say, material stuff rather than your technical skills? This also goes to, to the fellowships, for example. Most of the students, maybe they're brilliant, but just because they're born in some country, they are not allowed to even apply, so they're not even given the chance to try. This comes from my personal experience, to be honest, but it's not only the nationality, let's say, it also comes from other criteria when it comes to the selection, like GPA is something I can think about right now, or I don't know. The politicians actually should be careful about this, in my opinion, because if we talk about space, it should be something international, it should be a collaboration of humans, and not because of not only countries, I think.
Okay, thank you. Andrea?
Yeah, I'm also with her. I see the future as very international cooperation. Of course, I'm coming from SGAC, which is really international, and just an example is this floor. We're here, a bunch of countries, all Europeans, but I was just back from China. I worked with a team with 13 different countries. We were 45 countries in a room, and that's what I see the future. And the young generation, we are very used to, for example, I'm from Spain, I work in the Netherlands, I'm working now in Vienna, in Austria. He's Portuguese, he works in the Netherlands, now he's working in Italy. So we are used to that. We are not anymore like nationalists, but more Europeans. And I think that's kind of like what the policymakers should aim for the future in the space sector, to really go to the more agreements between organizations, with projects, which we're working on that, but I think beyond Europe even. And the other thing that policymakers or people a bit in higher ranks in industry is actually to give opportunities to young people, for example, as simple as bring them to meetings, to high-level meetings. Just, you have a big meeting with a project, just managers are going to attend. Just bring one young professional with you. Maybe it means nothing for you to have an extra seat next to you, but for this young professional will be a lot, will be learning a lot, and that experiences from those type of meetings, those type of events will be a lot for your industry itself. You will gain a lot. For example, at the United Nations, I see when I attend the meetings there, the UN COPOS, the average age is quite high, let's say, but for me, given the opportunity to attend some meetings, to be active in some working groups, that makes a difference for me, and then I can transmit, and I know that in the future I will be able to transfer this knowledge I get from those meetings with high-level people to my new my generation. So I really almost oblige all of you to the next meeting you have back home, back in your industry, to bring one young professional with you and just let him or her sit and hear and perhaps contribute. Perhaps he or she has really brilliant ideas that you have not thought before. So it's so easy, and I think it will make a difference for us.
Thank you, Andrea, and you should really look to the back as well from time to time.
Yeah, it's working this time. I'd like to add something. Like I was saying, Young ESA thinks a bit different. ESA has 20 members, 20 countries that are members, but the Young ESA nationality is more than 20. What I mean is chances are everywhere. You just have to look for it. And ESA supports them in a lot of different ways. To get access to ESA, you don't have to become a staff. You have a lot of different opportunities to join us, to work with us, to be part of amazing projects with us. So I don't see it so negative as oh, they are blocking me all the time and I cannot reach and I cannot get there. You can get there, believe me. I have people from countries that are not even from Europe working with me at ESA, and they are there. You just have to really support. And it's a bit what Young ESA does. It's every time that ESA identify a young person that have an idea, they stimulate them, they support them, and they bring it in the way that they can be example for the next one and for the next one. That's what exactly we try to do with Young ESA and with the support of our DG and Human Resources, is to promote the young talents, the ones that are active already, that they don't need to be stimulated from the starting point, but they are already very active, and use them as example to motivate the others that are not so active at the moment, or even to stimulate the young people outside ESA, or even the universities outside ESA.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think you brought up very interesting ideas. I think it's time about for the people in the audience, and especially our parliamentarian friends who are here as the decision makers, that maybe they can react to this or give some views from their side, how they would take all your suggestions on board. So I don't know if there is one of the delegations that would like to start with some reaction on the debate. Madame.
Je vais peut-être commencer pour lancer un petit peu mes collègues, mais ce qui m'a frappé d'abord dans vos interventions, c'est votre nécessité de rêve. Alors j'en discutais avec M. Dordain qui me dit le rêve ça devient difficile, le Far West c'était il y a longtemps, mais manifestement vous avez besoin encore de cette notion de rêve qui est importante et nous devrons en prendre compte. 2, de commencer excessivement tôt. Certains ont commencé tard, mais plus on commence tôt et plus avec des moyens didactiques. Donc vous souhaitez aussi que ce soit davantage d'une façon, je dirais, informelle, que ce soit via différents médias, que ce soit via des films ou de la science-fiction, des choses comme ça. Et puis l'université d'être beaucoup plus près. Alors ça, vous savez, ici il y a pas mal de profs d'UNIF. Et dans nos space groupes, nos groupes de travail, on a beaucoup de professeurs d'université. En tout cas, on a toutes les universités belges chez nous. Et je pense que ça, c'est un vrai message. Je pense que vous attendez du concret et du pratique. Et peut-être aussi de permettre à ceux qui choisissent une option de pouvoir aussi s'ouvrir vers d'autres options, en tout cas simplement pouvoir faire des rencontres pour peut-être éveiller l'esprit. Et là, j'entendais la jeune scientifique belge qui disait bon ben la biochimie, moi je me suis très très tard intéressée à l'espace parce qu'il n'y a pas eu de contact avant. Donc je pense qu'au niveau des universités, il y a aussi vraiment un rôle important et donc évidemment du rôle politique, mais c'est très très intéressant.
Any other delegations that would like to respond or that would like to give a message to our young people? Okay.
I wonder if I might ask a question. My name is Simon Haskell. I'm from the House of Lords in England, European Committee. I was very interested to hear what everybody had to say, what it was that brought them into the space industry. Of course, there was one obvious omission. Nobody mentioned pay. Does that mean that pay is very good in the space industry? Or does it mean that it was less of a consideration? Or does it mean that sort of ideology and your wish to be in the space industry really was far more important? Or is it that in the space industry we are paying our young people well?
That's a very good question, and the answer is it doesn't really matter, because why people go to that kind of activities, it's because this is fun, it's exciting, and it makes difference in the world. So pay is necessary to some certain level, and that's enough. And I'm talking from behalf of as a team who has built the Estonian first satellite for 5 years without any money.
Well, I might be able to give you a more specific answer for your country. I lived for a year in Oxford, and together with a lot of Oxford University students. And I can tell you that in your country in particular, it seems to be a nightmare. Because Oxford University students are plundered by city bankers who come and offer them the best salaries ever. The best they can imagine, and even more. And the space industry in the United Kingdom seems to have a rough time competing with the bankers of the London city. And to be fair, I think it's doing you, in particular in the United Kingdom, a lot of harm, because you seem to be valuing more the banking and the servicing industry, gravitating around it, rather than the technical careers and professions, and well, the whole space sector around it. So I found it very sad to witness that in Oxford University.
Well, obviously, in any one of you, there's a light burning for space. And what could you specifically do to give this light further to other young people? Because I think it's, from the living playing field, easier for you to do so than for us. Or what do you need from us to do so?
I think we can't use regular solution to do amazing things. Space is something amazing. We conquer the universe. So you are a politician, so you are very good in emotions. Emotions is the main factor to, for example, go to the moon. We didn't use hydrogen and oxygen to go to the moon. We used emotions. We like the Kennedy. So if I want to work with some people younger than me, I use emotions, because of course I can say, you know, it's difficult, you do something extraordinary, but he must feel it. He must use, or she must use their enthusiasm, their emotions, to improve their skills and do something new, some new quality of engineering, for example, or biological science. So I think that's the point. Of course, we can talk about, we can create some new master's degrees, we can use more money, but I think the emotions is the most important thing. If I think about Europe, I think about the culture. I think the culture is very big factor of European Space Agency. And of course, I have a lot of friends from Estonia, from another countries, Spain, and I want to create something new and defeat China, win with USA, because that's my emotions, and that's all I think.
I think we can contribute ourselves to try to attract young people just by explaining what we do, for example, in schools or at job fairs or anything. I don't need that there is that it's necessary to make a new master program, but I think it's necessary to let the young people know what's all on the market, what are your possibilities if you study engineer, if you study, if you have a biological degree. You just need to give them all the opportunities that they have, because most of the people, they think, oh, I'm a pharmacist, so I will go and work in a pharmaceutical company, but they don't know that they have other options. And if you start already in a secondary school, there you can easily, these kids, they are highly enthusiastic. If you just organize a workshop or anything where you show everything what there is, you can maybe, by our own enthusiasm, you can tell them, yeah, it would be nice to study that or that, because then you can have a career in space science. For example, I had a few months ago, there was a job fair in my sister's school. She is only 11 years old, and we could bring stuff from our work to show them what we do. And these kids, they were all at my booth, because they think it's highly exciting. If you show them bacteria that can give light or anything, they are really fascinating in that. So I think it's just, we can contribute a lot by bringing our enthusiasm over to the kids.
Oui, j'ai été interpellé tout à l'heure, enfin ça s'adressait aux parlementaires et aux hommes politiques, de la jeune fille qui demandait est-ce que, dans le fond, vous tenez compte de l'origine et du pays dans lequel on fait des études plus que des compétences. Donc c'est un cri de douleur, parce que, en fait, je ne sais pas quelles seront les réponses, mais il se trouve que pour la plupart d'entre vous, vous avez un pays d'origine, mais vous faites des études dans les plus prestigieuses universités européennes et quelquefois dans le monde entier, donc ça se relativise. Enfin, la question mérite des réponses, et donc en tant que politique, je crois que nous avons tout intérêt à disons, desserrer cette croyance qui me semble fausse de toute façon. La seconde chose, c'est, je lisais tout à l'heure un article, la moyenne des salaires et des rémunérations en France au niveau des hautes études donne globalement 2 fois plus de rémunération pour un HEC que pour un polytechnicien. C'est-à-dire que ça rejoint un peu ce que disait ce jeune homme qui par réponse à notre ami de Grande-Bretagne, lui posait une question, elle est revenue comme un boomerang. La finance pille les cerveaux et donc par nature affaiblit le secteur industriel. Donc tout ça, il faut qu'on l'intègre et que, faute de donner réponse aujourd'hui, on y réfléchisse fortement.
Sí, buenos días. Bueno, yo quisiera en primer lugar decir que nosotros, los que estamos ahora mismo ejerciendo la política, confiamos absolutamente en nuestros jóvenes. No puede ser de otra manera. De hecho, en este momento en España, la media de los jóvenes que están trabajando en este tipo de industria espacial está en los 31 años, lo que significa nuestra apuesta por este momento. Y hoy aquí hay 2 representantes españoles, precisamente entre todos ustedes. Pero también tenemos que darnos cuenta, y lo decía el secretario del señor Curar, que los fondos que utilizamos son fondos públicos y que tenemos que dar cuenta de los fondos públicos que utilizamos. Por tanto, hay que gastarlos con eficacia y con eficiencia. Y en eso yo creo que estamos todos de acuerdo. Mi pregunta a ustedes, a los jóvenes, sería, ¿qué papel creen ustedes que puede jugar el sector espacial en la independencia tecnológica en Europa, para que hagamos frente a Estados Unidos, por ejemplo, o a otras potencias espaciales emergentes, que es donde debería estar esta Unión Europea nuestra, dirigida precisamente a ser líderes en este sector? Gracias.
Well, following your question, I think that here in Europe, what we can do is to, at least with the institutional program, because I'm working with commercial programs and with institutional programs, what we have to do is to try to less bureaucratic of the program, because we are doing a lot of papers, we are doing a lot of proposals, and I think that in the States, what they are used to is to be more fast and to be proactive and dynamic. They are just going on for the manufacture and for the development of the satellite, and not show papers and proposals as here in Europe.
Well, I do agree a lot with you, but I'm not going to concur with the usage of public funding. We don't absolutely need public funding for innovation. I'm also going to answer Jean-Jacques Dordain, who said in his speech that we had to take more risks for innovation, that we had to get ready for some exacerbated competition. Well, actually, there are companies in Europe doing that. There are many companies doing that, and actually they are doing extremely well in recruiting the very best talents in Europe. I'm talking about my company, Swiss Space Systems, which has been launched a year and a half ago. And without any real presence in the media, we've been able to attract among the very best talents. Actually, our HR department is flooded with applications. We cannot handle them. We have too many of them. And why? Because, well, we are doing innovation without public funding. So we can do innovation without public funding. We are international. We are offering a challenge to the youth. We are giving them the opportunity to do everything I said earlier in my remarks. And now, well, the bouncing question that I'm going to throw at you is, well, you other industrials, you institutions, why aren't you able to do that as well?
I think one point that to answer your question would be, I think it would help in Europe to have a change in mindset to a more, especially for young people, to have a way of thinking more entrepreneurial, and also to maybe to accept risk, and also to be more open and to accept easier to accept failure, because in this environment we can it's very risky and there's a possibility of failure, and I'm not sure that Europe is very open to risk and also open to failure. I'm speaking about minor failures, not the big ones. So I think that maybe fastening the process, and just as in the former US programs, build a little, test a little, and just fly up afterwards. You can make the process a lot faster and see what the risks are, and then manage them, and just instead of going through all the political steps and all the paperwork, just to see how things go, implement them, and then redo the whole process until it works.
Yes, I really agree with this entrepreneurial point of view of the space and this view of risk. And what I thought is, in university you have always theoretical lessons, and perhaps a lot of people are thinking that to be a space engineer you have to learn a lot of mechanics and to do some little project in university, and everything is very seen from the studies. And what would be more interesting is to bring the industry in the university, because in university during our studies we don't learn a lot about the industry world and more about the space industry world, and it would be really interesting to have more contacts and really projects to do with the industry. For example, our CubeSat in École Polytechnique weren't supported by the professors and anything. We didn't have any professional support, only from the industry and the students. It was really a cooperation, students, industry, and not the university had nothing to do with that. And that's perhaps what's missing in this space business, is that the young people don't know the industry when they are coming. They know the CNES, they know ESA, because there are agencies, national and European agencies, which are doing a lot of advertising, but you don't have really industrial experience before you get your degree, and that would be really nice to take the industry to take some risk, and the university to take some risk, and make some cooperation between these two fields of economics.
Oh. I think it is a very good breath of fresh air listening to your motivation for your profession, and I think this is always the best recipe for success. On the other hand, of course, there is the competition from finance, but I would be suspicious if money would be the only motivation for that choice. And personally, as a politician, I think that finance has gone too far, and I do whatever possible to bring back finance as a support to the economy in general and to the society in general, not going on its own. On the other hand, you see the finance is about 2/3 on hedging risks, and one third is investment. So this is really something that has really gone too far. And so you don't have to be, uncertain about the choice that you have made, and also you can be comfortable also in encouraging younger persons to take this profession, or at least the profession they like.
Yes, I would like to, since you were asking me some questions, first of all, just to say that I am glad that the young graduate trainee that you have benefited of is a good scheme, since it gives the opportunity for private enterprise to attract good talent. So I am very glad that the young graduate trainee of EISA is useful. Number two, just to say that we certainly help private entrepreneurs, and including your company, and I have several engineers from EISC who are supporting your company. So I would not like to give the impression that there is a separation between the private entrepreneur and EISA. So we are doing that, and I am glad to do that. Now, and I would like to take the comment made by our Spanish colleague. EISA is not a private company. Maybe in 2 years from now I shall work for a private company, but for the time being I am working for 20 member states, and we are using public money, and this is money coming from the citizens, and we have to give back to the citizens what they are giving to EISA. And I can tell you that today the citizens are much more interested by jobs, environment, economy, security, and so on, than to go to Mars. And this is the reason why the priority of EISA is, and this is given by the member states, to Earth observation programs, to telecommunications programs, navigation programs, because this is economy and competitiveness and growth. And myself, I would like to be on Mars, to go to Mars also, but the priorities of the public money are there. Meaning that now I would not like to give the impression that prevents EISA to make fantastic technologies. We are inventing new technologies every day. I was mentioning Planck. I can tell you that to have the fossil light of after the Big Bang has requested inventing totally new technologies, because cooling down detectors at 0.1 degree K, I can tell you that requires a lot of technology, and okay, I have a full list of technology. But that it means, because I have listened to you and I like what you are saying, but and I really appreciate, because I said it and I mean it. We need to attract the young talents, because if we are not able to do that, space activities will decline in 10 years from now. As simple as that. And not only in Europe, also in the United States. So this is a duty to try and attract young talents. But it is clear that we shall not attract young talents with the same discourse than the one that we need to address to the citizens. What we are giving back to the citizens is their money. What we have to give you, it's our experience. Not expertise, I think that you are more expert than you are, but we have some experience, and we can give you our experience, and we can hopefully try to give you all the tools that you need to be fan of space. And okay, you are all fan of space, so at least we have succeeded at least on 12 persons in Europe, but much more than that. But it cannot be the same discourse. I fully appreciate that to attract the young talents we may promise beyond the solar system. Not sure that the citizens are today interested by that, because what they need is a better economy, they need jobs, and they need to have a better environment. And this is the decalage between, maybe between space that I have known when I was your age and space of today. Yes, space has changed in 50 years, but it's good that the space has changed, because now space is important for the citizens, is important for the economy, which was not exactly the case 50 years ago. So I think it's good that space is doing that, but we need you. We need the best talents, because whatever we shall do in space, even if this is Earth observation, which can look less attractive than putting a man on Mars, we need the best talents, because it will still be difficult to launch satellites and to invent the technologies that we need for the future. That is certainly the message which is important.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dordain. So I think we have come to the conclusion of our session here. I would like to thank everybody present here, and certainly also the member states and the delegations for their interesting questions. But I would like to thank especially the young people that I think have given a very frank view of what they think needs to be done, why they have chosen for space. And I hope that also in the afternoon, Madame Tillmans, not only the institutions and the decision makers, but also industry can answer to some of the questions of these young people in the afternoon session. So thank you very much for giving us this opportunity with the young people to talk to this very interesting audience.
Thank you. Thank you for this debate for the young scientists and professionals. It was really, really interesting. And thank you to Frank and to Kai. The clash of generation I see on the picture, it's something like that. Well, now it's time to announce the winner of the EISC Space Sustainability Award. And I will ask to Mr. Clairvoy, Jean-François Clairvoy, I will give him the floor. Après. And so, Mr. Clairvoy, I ask you to take the floor just in my place there. Okay? And Mr. Clairvoy has the chance to fly 3 times in 1994, in 1997, on board of the Special Shuttle Atlantis, and in 1999 on the Shuttle Discovery. And he works, and I will try in English, and he works on, he repairs the telescope on Hubble. And now he will not announce the winner, but he will explain the prize from ESA about sustainability development.
Thank you, Mr. Tillmans. Good morning, all. Just to make a transition, one factor I would like to add is sometimes when I ask students or young engineers what did they choose space, they tell me our teacher. In the case of France, sometimes they mention Jean-Jacques Dordain as a teacher who inspired them to choose space when they are in the engineering college and they have not chosen yet the specialty. So maybe Jean-Jacques, when you're done with the DG as ESA, instead of going to the private sector, you can go back and teach in universities. So to come back to the Sustainability Award, can we bring the first slide? I was very pleased to be chairing the jury for this award. This is the first one of the EISC ESA. And I was particularly touched because as an astronaut, like some of my colleagues here, when you look at the Earth from space, you cannot avoid thinking it is a spaceship. When you see with your own eyes that it is limited, and you know your own spaceship is limited, and you don't want to miss any drop of water or a breath of oxygen at the end of the mission or electricity, we care on board our spaceship. We care about the resources. And Earth looks to us as a spaceship in itself, and we are all crew members of that spaceship. And so we feel concerned about sustainability. I will give you just a 2 or 3 minute talk about the purpose of this award, the process, the winner, and the prize. And then the winner will come and have about 10 minutes to present to you his project. So the purpose of the award was to raise awareness about space and sustainability and to promote ideas, especially from young people, how to combine them. Space is obviously a tool that will contribute in a very obvious fashion to solve the sustainability of our planet, resources, and human life. The process, about the process, it was launched a year ago at the 2012 EISC ESA conference. The call for proposal was in January, the closing was in June, the jury met in July, and we were pleased to select a winner, but one second project was attractive enough to have a special prize, special mention by the jury. So, let's come to the... So this was a process. Now, about the winner. The winner project, and I will call Maxime Puteaux in a few minutes, was Mars for Earth. He had this idea that in order to go to Mars, we need to think about sustainability for the mission, for the resources, for the ship. And maybe sustainability problems on Earth are not that attractive, not as motivating as a dream for people, but those who are sufficiently attractive by a mission to Mars to think about sustainability for a mission to Mars, we can use their ideas back on Earth for sustainability questions, rising on Earth. So we are not coming yet, but we need the presentation of Maxime at least. I hope it will work. So this is a project he's going to present to you, and the special mention of the jury was a polar project. It's a very strange original project. It's having a satellite above the pole, not in orbit, permanently maintained high above the pole, sufficiently high that the residual gravity can be compensated by a continuous engine thrust to observe continuously the polar hemisphere, the polar zone. So you will see this soon. But maybe I call Maxime now. Maxime, he will start talking to you. We had 18 projects. 18 projects from 9 different nations. The average age was 23 years old. And again, it was difficult to choose because the criteria, the main criteria was to have projects that deal together with space and sustainability, how the two can be used together for the benefit of humankind. And Maxime, again, congratulations. We will, after your presentation, or maybe we do it now? No. After your presentation, we'll call for the 3 presidents and give you the award. By the way, I finished by the prize. The prize is for Maxime to go attend the launch of Gaia next month. In Kourou. You heard about Gaia, one other record for ESA that will measure more than 1 billion stars of our galaxy with a precision that is more than 100 times better than what we had before. Maxime, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Clairvoy. Okay. Before the presentation starting, I would like to thank the presidency of EISC and the member of the jury for selecting me for the award. I'm really proud of it and I'd like to thank you. If the presentation is not there, well. Okay. So, one of my favorite quotes is from the last man who went to the moon is, "We are drive on giant shoulders." And thank you for this award, because today I really feel like I'm on your shoulders, and I hope that in the coming years I can be the shoulder of the younger people. And thank you to support the young professional and student in Europe. So the award question main subject was, how can we support and how can space and sustainable development can strengthen each other? How could they interact? So I decided to select the topic of space exploration, and I liked how space exploration and sustainable development could create synergies and demonstrate their mutual benefit. For that, I decided to name my project Mars for Earth. So first, I decided to start with a framework and landscape. Europe has high ambition in a living condition, maintaining and even increasing the welfare of European citizens, but we are facing challenges like global warming, challenging about resources availability, aging of the population, and healthcare. On the other hand, space, and especially exploration, sounds to be the only space application which do not have any direct benefit. There is direct benefit for telecommunication through satellites, but maybe it's not that obvious for space exploration. However, I decided to focus on that to help citizens, which are also taxpayers, to understand that there is synergy. And why space exploration? Because exploration is inspire people. It's like we already heard about New Frontier, and I think it's still existing as of today. So, why Mars? Mars is understood as the final goal of space exploration, with a human being working on the Mars, working another small step. But as of today, I don't think, and it has been highlighted today, that we're not going to Mars just for going to Mars. I think that the anticipated issue of space exploration are almost the same question that for sustainable development, and could provide solutions, since the answers are quite similar. Moreover, speaking of the opportunity, there is a strong public interest for exploration, which is not only limited to the Apollo decade. If you look at Chris Hadfield flight and song on board the ISS, Luca Parmitano on Twitter, a lot of people are following him. If you talk about how many people follow the landing of the Curiosity rover, and how many people will follow the ExoMars, there is a huge opportunity. And more recently, the Gravity, the movie is coming, and I think people will be as interested by George Clooney or Sandra Bullock as by space debris and space awareness. Seeing all those blocks, there is a huge opportunity to inspire and stimulate innovation and create a momentum through the requirements of the Mars journey to stimulate sustainable development. That momentum could allow innovation and inspire citizens and young people. In a nutshell, I think we could explore Mars to discover on Earth. So, that being said, how can we set up a program? So, how to show these synergies and highlight the benefits of their mutual benefit. So, I designed 4 pillars of actions with different actions for different type of citizens. And here, the idea is, unlike other action, it's to focus on people who are not familiar with space and target every citizen. My first idea is the Martian Academy and the Martian competition is to inspire the youth and students and allow them to be part of the journey by designing competition and summer schools with challenge which they have to answer and work on it, which could address both sustainable development and exploration issue. It could be designing, for example, designing efficient system for life support, but also dedicated work package. And if you think about the prize, the award of that, naming, have the opportunity to name a rover like the next ExoMars, I think it's a big gift for a big reward for students who really work hard on that kind of project. My second work package, my second idea is Mars in your daily life. It's to show the use of space to every citizen, because space is all around. And Mr. Donner, in my presentation, I quote Mr. Donner saying that citizens do not realize enough the benefit of space. And if I can help you with a small story, it was my grandma. We were driving to holidays, and I say, wait, I'm still looking for the satellite signal. And I say, we don't need that. We already have GPS. And she was not realizing that GPS is actually a satellite-based system. So in that project, I think we could show the use through, for example, smart devices. Smart watches are coming. They can help you to monitoring your Earth, your body. And I think there is synergy with astronaut training and Earth monitoring. If you also think about train like an astronaut, it could be a huge inspiration for young people. Speaking of my third idea, it will be an award that will reward projects, Earth-based projects, who may be eligible to space requirement, and to show and give them the right to display that it was made, it's ready for space, and then the customer, like eco-friendly label, could feel that they have little space or a little space of at home with the item, the product they bought. The idea is to provide spin on. It's the idea I'm using a space product, and it's something that could fly in space. And my fourth and final idea is, which I named Down to Earth, is to increase the spin-off effort of space technology. It's something which already have been implemented in Europe and in the US, but to accelerate it, to meet the demand of non-space industry, and increase the spin-off. For example, personal assistants, which are currently developed for astronauts on board the EISC, could be helpful for all people on Earth, and as well Earth monitoring system, robotics as well. You may heard that Robonaut developed by NASA is currently used on board, but also developed with General Motors. It's something we can increase. And finally, my last word will be that if you think about what inspired most of us, I mean the Apollo decade, It was speaking of new frontier. But if you look at what is the meaning of new frontier in Kennedy's speech, it was not only about going to space. It was also about to solve issue down to Earth. And I think we really can, with Mars for Earth, we can go to the red planet for the benefit of a greener world. Thank you for your attention.
So I asked the past President Boguslav Monto, okay, and Bertrand Aubin will be the future President of the EISC. So, thank you, Mr. Clairvoy. So, oops, sorry. This, Maxime, is your award, and we are very proud of you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
At 2 o'clock precisely, so be here before 2 o'clock, 10 minutes before 2, okay? I wish you a bon appétit. Ah, attends.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to be invited to join the panel today. My name is Arthur Moran, and I'm the Secretary General of the European Satellite Operators Association, which is the traders association based here in Brussels, representing all European satellite operators, both European Union and other organizations. Next to you we have Mr. Jean-Luc Frigal.
I risk to be here for this conference, which is quite important. Because it's the 15th Interparliamentary Conference, and because of its topic, which is of the utmost importance, in my opinion, because today preparing the future for young generation is probably what is the most at stake in space business. So on my side, as a matter of fact, I spent my whole career in space, starting as a scientist, then moving to the French administration, then in the industry with a special focus on launch vehicles, launch services. And I joined the CNES 7 months ago as president.
Thank you. To my right we have Mr. Olivier Lemaitre.
Good afternoon, Olivier Lemaitre, representing Eurospace, the Association of the European Space Manufacturing Industry in Brussels. Very quickly about the European space manufacturing industry. We are not a large employer at all in Europe. We employ 30,000 people in the whole of Europe, which is roughly the number of civil servants in the Belgian Ministry of Finance, to give you an order of magnitude. But that being said, I think this conference is particularly important because we represent a very skilled workforce. We have 60% of the workforce have a PhD or are engineers. And being a biologist myself, having a very specialized species in a very small population is a very sure recipe for disaster. So given the strategic importance of space for economy or for politics, I think this is a workforce that has to be cared about, and ready to answer your questions.
Okay, to my left we have Peter Grognard.
Thank you, Madam Senator. Good afternoon, esteemed members of Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Peter Grognard. I'm the founder and CEO of cette, a Belgian-based spin-off company that makes high-precision professional GNSS receivers. We are currently prime contractor to the European Space Agency as an SME for the test user segment, and I have been growing the company here in Leuven for the last 13 years. Today we're about 100 people strong. 15 different nationalities, and with business worldwide. I myself, I'm an engineer by training. I got my engineering degree from the University of Brussels in applied physics and nuclear engineering some 25 years ago. I've done advanced studies in the United States in aerospace engineering at the California Institute of Technology. And throughout my whole career, there's been a strong link in everything that I have been doing to the European Space Agency, both in academia, in government, and now in private industry. And I'll be very happy to give you some more details on our activities later on. Thank you.
Next one in line is Mr. Alain Bourrier.
Yes, I am Alain Bourrier. I am in charge of strategy and business development. Strategy and business development of OHB, German company, mainly German, but with subsidiaries in several European countries. And my background is aerospace engineering. I graduated from École Polytechnique and Super-Héros, and then I went to the US in the MIT. And I am very interested in this roundtable because I think that space needs really to recreate the interest of young generations. Thank you.
Next one is Mr. Olivier Dupont.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Olivier Dupont. I'm the CEO of EISC, a company, a spin-off of the Free University of Brussels, a company developing optics. I did it and I created this company after roughly 15 years of research at the Free University of Brussels, where I made a PhD in physics, led by Professor Jean-Claude Legros, and I mixed there optics and fluid physics. Well, today, EISC, it's a company located in Belgium, 22 persons, and we are developing optics for space, but also we are using the development generated during the development of microgravity experiment for ground-based applications. I will tell you later on if you need.
Last one at the table is Mr. Joël Chenet.
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon. I am Joël Chenet. I am in charge of the public relations of Thales Alenia Space. And I am not here because I have been a former student of Jean-Jacques Dordain. But it's true, 35 years ago in Super-Héros in Toulouse. But Thales Alenia Space is also dedicated to all the infrastructure space activities, mainly in different countries, France, Italy, but also in Belgium, and we have a strong plant in Belgium, in Charleroi, and we intend to develop a new one in Leuven in a few days or weeks. And we are also acting in UK and everywhere in the world. So it's very important for us to recruit people and to recruit young, passionate people.
Thank you. And then I will introduce my co-presenter, Mr. Alain Ratier, and I'll give you the word.
Dear members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Alain Ratier. I'm the Director General of EUMETSAT.
I spent half of my career in oceanography and meteorology and the rest in space, spending 10 years in CNES and now a bit 10 years also in UMETSAT. And of course, we are also interested in recruiting talented people to prepare the future of the organization. But today I'm the moderator. And I think, as you have seen, we have a very balanced panel representing the space ecosystems. We have association, we have a space agency, we have small and medium enterprises, so I think we have the good basis for a good discussion. And of course, we need to keep in mind what has been said this morning. We got a number of keywords that I'm sure will pop up again in the discussion. And I will ask first to the panelists to a simple question to which I expect a short answer. The question is, are you recruiting young people? What for? Have you difficulties? And what influences your recruitment? So we will probably have to discuss a bit later, because here we are talking about facts. We need to discuss about attraction, attractivity, which I believe is the core of the matter. But the first question is that one. And I would like to invite first Jean-Yves Le Gall, the point of view of a space agency.
So thank you, Alain. As you could imagine, at CNES we have a total of 2,500 permanent staff, and so it means something as between depending upon the years, 50 to 100 new staff members every year. And of course, we are recruiting scientists, engineers, and some other profiles. But what is, in my opinion, probably something very specific in this business is that most of the people, and when I say most, almost all the people we are hiring are people with real passion. And all these people, for them, they started to dream about of space in their childhood, and being a member of CNES staff, for them, in other words, the dream is alive. And this is something that we have to very carefully monitor, because they have really a passion when they arrive at CNES, but after that they have to cope with the needs of a job, an operational job in launch vehicles. You know that we design European launch vehicles, and in French Guiana we perform launches in observation, Pléiade and oceanography. Of course, we have a strong partnership with UMETSAT. All this is familiar to you. Sciences, telecommunications or defense, but these are very, very concrete issues. And what we have to carefully monitor is to be sure that these young people coming at CNES with real passion at the end will not suffer a kind of, let us say, frustration, because in fact the dream is alive, but not exactly as they dreamed. And so we are doing a lot of work in order to be sure that the integration of these young passionate people will be the best one for both them and of course for CNES. In parallel of people that we are in our staff, we have also a lot of activities which are for young students, young scientists, and we consider that roughly 100,000 students every year is concerned by what we are doing, 1,000 teachers, and we have 1,000 connections a day on our website, which is dedicated to this issue. So this clearly shows that there is a lot of interest for space in the young scientists.
Thank you, Jean-Yves. So I would now, what is interesting is probably we need to come back to that, is the difference between the dream and the perspective. and also the links you referred to with the universities and the education world. Now I would like to give the floor to Olivier Lemaitre, who has a different perspective. He represents an association, so he had probably a broader view on the expectation from the job markets.
Well, actually, I think that our members recruit more or less the same kind of profile as CNES or ESA. And nevertheless, to complement what Mr. Legel just said, we have a particular specificity in the space sector, is that we have an aging workforce, with a core of our human resources being in the age between 47 and 57, which means that very soon we will have a bulk of a very competent, very experienced workforce that will retire with their know-how. And that might certainly be a challenge in the near future. Regarding the difficulty to recruit, as far as I know, my members do not have particular concern right now to recruit talented professionals. Some of them seem to have the same kind of concern that Mr. Lekel just expressed, is to maintain them in the sector. It's not the case for every industry, but it's certainly a challenge.
Okay, thank you, Olivier. So the transition, generational transition, is an interesting element that we need to come back, and maybe it's about taking risks as well, a key word we have heard today. So I would like now to ask prime contractors what their view is. Maybe I can ask Joël Chenet for Thales to answer. Thank you. Voilà. I will give you some number. I think it's interesting. France and Belgium, we are more than 5,000 people in Thales Alenia Space. And over the 5 last year, we have recruited 500 people. So it's 10%, more or less. And one definition which is quite important is that what we call young people is under 28. Take a chance. I'm not sure that a few years ago I would like this kind of definition, but now, okay, I accept. And in our recruitment, we have half young and half over 28. And what is very interesting is that 80% of our recruitment is engineer. So we recruit 20% of technician, but 80% of engineer coming from engineering school, the big school or university, and mainly to do R&D in system engineering or equipment and so on. So it's and for the people who are not young, I will say, we recruit more in the kind of administration and something like that. So you see, the recruitment for us of engineer is mainly young engineer, and I think it's quite important. Okay. And you have also this transition towards a new generation on the engineering side. Okay. So now I will move to another association. Arti, if you want to give us your view.
Thank you. Well, the operators, they fly satellites and they sell capacity that enables the provision of services. So their focus when it comes to recruitment is on both engineering but also the commercial and the business side. In interacting with my human resources departments now of the various members, what I've learned is that when it comes to the business and commercial side, typically they look at experience profiles, so more senior recruitment. And the real need is, in fact, in the engineering, so the young graduates. That's where it becomes relevant. In terms of problems, they do actually see some problems with this. They receive an awful lot of applications from people who are randomly looking for jobs, but very often do not have the right profile at all. Secondly, they feel that they are not necessarily getting their offers out to people who are interested in space jobs. So they would welcome any kind of scheme that helped
so we
promote
need a form of mediation between
yes.
the education and the recruitment.
That's right.
An interesting point. And it's valid also for the people doing commercial job?
As I said, when it comes to commercial, that's easier. because you can apply law from any degree anywhere, but when it comes to an engineer, you have so many different types of engineer, and it doesn't necessarily fit the profile that you're looking for. So engineering is the real focus. But one of the main problems that they have is that traineeships in some European countries are often defined in legal terms, like the duration of the traineeship, how much the person can earn, and so on and so forth. And typically a traineeship, for example, in Luxembourg or France or in the UK, is often just too short. So the person who is engaged doesn't have a chance to be trained up.
What do you mean by too short for the audience?
1 or 2 months.
Okay.
1 or 2 months.
And what you believe starts to be attractive?
6 months forward.
Okay, that's something we need to come back probably. This morning we heard that space has to be seen as a broad ecosystem, not only space hardware, satellites and systems. And now I turn to the innovative small and medium enterprises, which are also an essential part of the adding value chain, but who also, as we know, are a major force to create jobs in Europe. So, Mr. Grognard, can you give us
Thank you very much, Mr. Ratier. We have, as I mentioned, we have seen our workforce grow over the last couple of years. We are, as a fundamental value, we are very much in favor of being diverse, both in terms of age, gender, and ethnic origin. With respect to age, my oldest colleague became 65 years this week. The youngest is 22. The average age is 40.8 years, so we have a very, very good mix of all ages in our workforce, which, and that won't surprise you, for most of, for more than a majority is engineers, engineering degrees and PhDs. We have been recruiting in all age groups, both people with experience and both people who are very junior. And what we have seen in the last couple of years, and I'd like to concur with what my colleague just said before, traineeship and internship have been a very, very effective way of recruiting people, because you can evaluate them for a number of months. I do fully concur that 6 months is a minimum. We have recently had a trainee who stayed with us for a year. This was extremely useful. And I have immediately offered the person a job. So this was most satisfying for all parties involved. As to finding people, we are based in a region with very low unemployment, certainly for technical profiles. All high-tech companies are vying for the same engineers. We've been recruiting in 15 European countries. Since we do a lot of contract work for European customers, it can appear straightforward that we look at European engineers first. And we have been able to find the good mix of young people and more experienced people all across Europe. As to the most difficult profiles, the engineering profiles are fairly easy still to find today. Because of the appeal I think our products and technology have for young engineers. We have had quite some more difficulty in finding good product assurance people and good commercial people. The commercial people in our case have to have a very good technical background. They need to understand what the technology and the product does. They need to understand what the application will be, so we need a good mix of people with an engineering background and at the same time a commercial state of mind. Thank you.
And I think it's typical for small and medium enterprises in high-tech. I've seen this in other industry, and sometimes you can even convert an engineer into a business development, which is it's opened some doors as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Dupont, you are also on the SME side, so what is your view about your recruitment and what influences your capability to recruit and
Lambda, it's a rather small company. We are 22 persons, and beside these 22 persons, we have roughly between 4 and 5 trainees per year. That's the personal force of the workload of LambdaX. So, these 22 persons covers, of course, the R&D, the manufacturing, the product assurance, commercial aspects, administration, and most of the technical persons involved are roughly technician, scientists, physicists, PhD, engineer or doctor in science. And we are recruiting. This year we have involved already 4 persons, and we are looking for 4 new persons for next year. That's very, very clear.
Is it related to the expansion of your business? Is it related to the expansion of your business or longer-term prospects you have?
Exactly. In fact, we are working in 3 domains. One domain is, of course, aerospace. But as I said previously, we are using these techniques developed during this aerospace development to produce ground-based equipment like quality control equipment for ophthalmic lenses. It could appear at a first glance that it's very far from space, but clearly not. In fact, we have used technology developed during the development of a sounding rocket, and we have patented these techniques, and these techniques has been discovered as a marvelous tool for the normal industry, I would say. So, in fact, it's clear that if we are recruiting people for science in space domain, we are growing, but growing smaller, definitively. But besides these aspects, we are really growing and involving a lot of other persons just to promote and to develop the other industrial aspects.
And this number of trainees you have, do they help you manage risks towards business development? Or?
Yes, of course. In fact, first of all, we have a lot of French trainees. We are working in optics, and France, it's really a very good country for optics. And the mean duration of this training session, it's more than 6 months. And this is really perfect, because you have really the opportunity to use these guys, to include it in the development. They learn how it works, and you are able to reduce local risk on the future development. So it's a mutual benefit for the young guy and for the company. That's definitely very clear.
Okay, so I propose we thank you for your answers. It's clear that we have we need to transition from one generation to the other. SMEs need to recruit not only locally but in the high-tech area. We need to bridge the gap between the dream and the reality of the job. So there is keen interest to recruit young people, but we will need to see how to make it possible. But already from this part of the discussion, the trainee program is clearly an interesting tool. There could be others, and we'll come back to that. So I open the floor to questions, it being understood that I will come back to attraction and attractivity in the second round of questions, asking these gentlemen how they believe they can be attractive. On the reality of the job market, recruitment, are there questions from the floor, and in particular from the young people? Yes, Dominique is a young person.
Moi, je voudrais... Donc, c'était intéressant parce que vous nous dites que vous offrez pas mal d'emplois, là, les uns les autres autour de la table. Et comment est-ce que vous recrutez? Par les CV qu'on vous envoie? Par connaissance, par ouï dire? Est-ce que Internet est un moyen aussi de recrutement? J'ai entendu pas mal de jeunes tout à l'heure après la science qui me disent, peut-être dans des domaines un peu particuliers, mais qui me disent moi je suis hyper qualifié mais je trouve pas de job. Donc il en reste quand même pas mal sur le carreau. Donc moi je me demande comment vous recrutez.
Alors, oui.
Je vais me permettre de vous répondre en français. En fait, avant le processus de recrutement classique, donc nous avons les postes au CNES qui sont ouverts, sont affichés sur Internet, bien sûr. Nous recevons des CV, et puis il y a aussi beaucoup de jeunes ingénieurs aussi scientifiques. Pardon. Oui, et puis ensuite il y a beaucoup de jeunes ingénieurs ou scientifiques qui ont fait des stages soit directement au CNES, soit pour des partenaires mais qui ont des relations avec le CNES et qui, lorsqu'ils savent qu'un poste correspondant à leurs compétences et à ce qu'ils souhaitent faire est affiché, est ouvert, eh bien postulent. Mais je dirais que ce qu'il faut retenir, c'est que finalement, il faut se mettre le pied à l'étrier parce que les chances d'obtenir un poste titulaire sont bien meilleures quand on a commencé petit à petit en faisant un stage quand on est étudiant ou bien pendant les vacances, quelque chose comme ça. Commencer à connaître les gens, commencer aussi à montrer ce qu'on peut apporter, c'est-à-dire, pour reprendre ce que disait Alain Ratier, mettre en pratique ce qu'on a envie de faire de façon un peu théorique et à partir de là on vous remarque et puis on vous embauche.
Mr. Grognard, would you like to answer that question from a different angle?
Nous avons, jusqu'à présent, nous avons utilisé tous les réseaux, sauf les annonces. Donc, chez nous, le processus est assez informel. On utilise beaucoup de networking. Le spatial, c'est un petit monde, donc tout le monde se connaît un peu. Il y a les conférences. Il y a quelques métiers pour lesquels on trouve des collègues très très difficilement. Par exemple, des techniciens électroniciens. Et pour lesquels nous utilisons depuis quelques années le canal d'intérim. On trouve des candidats qui, pendant 5, 6, 7 mois, travaillent chez nous et qui deviennent après des employés de la société. Il y a de plus en plus, lorsque vous parlez d'Internet, nous utilisons les réseaux sociaux comme LinkedIn, Facebook. Il y a des sites web spécialisés depuis quelques années. Donc on utilise tout ce mélange afin de trouver les candidats dont on a besoin.
And the prime contractor. C'est assez intéressant parce qu'en fait, bizarrement, on a du mal à recruter, en fait. Donc les gens disent qu'il y en a qui ne sont pas recrutés, mais on est obligé d'aller dans les forums des grandes écoles où on tient des stands pour expliquer qu'on a des places intéressantes, etc. Bon, après, il y a un tri, il y a tout un processus de tri avec leur motivation et leur CV, mais c'est vrai que c'est un des problèmes qui se posent, c'est de recruter des bons candidats, en fait. Par contre, d'expérience, je peux vous garantir que quelqu'un qui a un CV et surtout qui a la volonté de travailler, qui a envie de le faire et qui a envie de s'intéresser, à la fin, on le prend. Hein? Non, c'est pas une question d'argent. On ne parle pas d'argent entre nous. non, mais c'est pas une question d'argent. On paye relativement bien. Alors, pas par rapport aux financiers. On en a parlé ce matin. Évidemment, ça n'a rien à voir. Mais bon, autrement, par rapport au secteur aéronautique, on est aligné à peu près, donc c'est quand même des secteurs corrects qui payent correctement bien.
J'ai plutôt une question à toutes les personnes. Est-ce que vous n'allez pas dans les universités et dans les écoles pour recruter? Parce que ça, avoir des contacts avec les écoles et travailler avec les écoles, ça c'est une très bonne méthode pour avoir des bons... les tout bons chez vous. Donc, être en contact avec les universités, ça aide beaucoup.
Oui, je crois que c'est ce que deux personnes ont confirmé ça, Jean-Yves Le Gall, et je pense qu'effectivement c'est important. Donc les moyens de recrutement et de communication deviennent de plus en plus diversifiés. Moi, ce que je peux dire, c'est qu'on a beaucoup de problèmes avec des candidatures automatiques sur Internet qui nous rendent la vie difficile. Donc les réseaux sociaux, c'est pas mal, surtout quand ils sont un peu spécialisés. Sorry, I had switched to French. Are there any other questions, in particular from the side of young people who want to know why industry recruits or does not recruit? Sorry, I come back to you. So, yes, please.
Use the micro on your desk, please.
Thank you. My name is Chris Wasco, and as Austrian, I see none of the Austrian companies being on the panel right now. So I found it very interesting to say that, yeah, we are recruiting people who fit our profile, but we're getting so many applications when I don't really see any mention of the current crisis. Because if I apply for a job, My profile should be talking 8 languages, working 30 hours a day, and have the nationality that fits into the company profile. So how do you see the current necessity or the current ideal background for the people you recruit? Because you say, well, we want to have people who are motivated, but if they're not specialists, we cannot apply them. So I cannot be very highly qualified specialist and extremely motivated at the same time.
Maybe. Who wants to answer that one? Please go ahead.
I guess that one of the things that we have learned over the years is that specialists seldom come from outside. You train them in the company. In our case, the company is 13 years old as an independent entity. However, we have been doing 17 to 18 years of research at the mother company IMEC and now at the company. And some of the key people who are today the real experts have been throughout the entire 15, 16, 17 years in the company. What I look for, and this is maybe a recommendation to young engineers, I think it's really essential that you have a good, broad, general background. We are not looking for the experts who have a PhD on something hyper-specialized because the expertise is not always useful. But more importantly, from a character point of view, it also gives an indication of how the person is. I want to have people who have a broad interest, who can work on the hardware, on the software, who do a lot of work, technical work. I generally do not recommend people to start taking management positions too early. I think we're wasting a lot of talent in Europe at pushing engineers directly or indirectly into management positions. We need, for the European industry, we need good engineers. This is the first thing. And with a sound technical affinity, with a sound technical background, and not engineers. And pardon me for making maybe an undiplomatic statement. You're not training engineers to see them leave to banks the year they graduate. So I think this is really, there's a lot of talent that is being lost in that process. We need a lot of engineers for the industry who can make innovative products that can be exported around the world. This is what the European economy really needs. So to answer, and coming back to your question, if I look at my workforce of 100 people, there's about 10% that is really expert. And around them we have a number of generalists, good engineers, who can implement algorithms, new technologies, and make them work into a sellable product.
So I think it's very important, and it gives you a message of hope and motivation. Thank you. I promise to give you the floor. Sorry, I come back to others, please.
Thank you. Dos cuestiones en torno a dos ejes sobre los que está tratando este debate de la tarde, ¿no? Los jóvenes y las pequeñas y medianas empresas. En relación al segundo, a las pequeñas y medianas empresas, al middle market, creo que coincidimos en la necesidad de impulsar una mayor participación en el sector espacial. Y para ello creo que son necesarias tres cosas. Una mejora de la cultura integradora en proyectos entre grandes empresas y también medianas empresas, y hemos de mejorar a nivel europeo en ello. El segundo también es una cultura también de mayor y mejor coordinación entre los distintos agentes del sistema, universidades, centros tecnológicos, centros de investigación, grandes empresas y grandes corporaciones y el middle market. Y el tercero es el eje de los estímulos. Creo también que instrumentos fiscales han de ayudar también a que las medianas empresas, sobre todo, inviertan más en innovación. Invertir en innovación es invertir en competitividad y, por tanto, es invertir en crecimiento. Si hay crecimiento, habrá luego también más contratación y contratación de jóvenes. Es cierto que la fiscalidad en Europa no es única, que pertenece a cada uno de los países, pero sí que me gustaría su valoración de la fiscalidad como instrumento de impulso de la innovación. Y la segunda reflexión en torno a los jóvenes, hemos hablado de la contratación de los jóvenes, que es básica, pero también creo que los jóvenes pueden entrar en el sector espacial desde las universidades a través de la contratación que hagan grandes empresas o medianas empresas, como se ha puesto de manifiesto, pero también a través de propios proyectos, de la creación de propios proyectos, de startups, que son muy importantes también en el sector espacial. Y creo que aquí también es muy importante resaltar iniciativas de la Agencia Espacial Europea, que son las iniciativas de incubadoras de startups, porque son un camino para poner en marcha ideas, transformar estas ideas en proyectos y un camino también, cuando hablamos de sueños, de hacer realidad sueños de muchos jóvenes y entrando en un sector tan clave en términos de crecimiento, de bienestar, de competitividad como es el sector espacial, que está marcado por un eje muy importante, creo, que es por su transversalidad. La transversalidad también hacia otros sectores y hacia la sociedad en general. Muchas gracias.
I think it's very important because what you're addressing are the conditions for innovation in the end. And when you talk about university, industry agencies, we are addressing clusters and how to develop innovation and attract people. And the concept of project was also obvious this morning when we listened to the young people. They were working together, they were exchanging, building up skills together with others. So I think this is a very important point. But I would like to ask who from the panelists has an idea on what fiscal incitation may bring to employment, in particular in a situation where you need to take risks. This was also a motto this morning. Innovation is risk. So is there any... so maybe Mr. Grognard again, you have a view on that?
Sorry for taking the floor again. On the taxation, this is indeed very important. Belgium is known as a country with very high taxation. Yet I want to underline that both the federal and the regional government, in our case the Flemish government, have been very helpful in the last 10 years in finding fiscal regimes that stimulate innovation. In two particular domains. The first measure being a reduction of social taxes for high-skilled employees, for engineers. We have enjoyed since 2003 both measures from the federal government and from the Flemish government. We have seen lower social taxes than what you would normally have for an employee, provided that the co-worker has an advanced degree in engineering, in physics and mathematics. And that has helped us, if I make that exercise over the last couple of years, this has helped us to find within the same budget 5 to 10% additional engineers. So this is very important. The second kind of measures is related to the tax breaks for patents, for innovation that helps in finding sustainable developments. You know that GPS is being used in all kinds of industrial processes like agriculture, like marine engineering. We can make processes, traditional processes, much more effective, so lower CO2 emissions, less fuel, less chemicals. And for all those new methodologies and applications for which you can demonstrate there to be a positive impact on the environment and in the economy, the Flemish government has been providing certain tax breaks. So that to us stimulates innovation. And I believe this is the way to go around Europe, because ideally we ought to have, as a European Union, similar measures in all the member states, but I'm convinced about the positive effect it has on innovation and on high-tech job creation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I propose now that we have addressed the reality of the job market. We have seen what can help, and maybe I could ask one question to the panel, and who can answer. If you have to convince somebody not to go to a bank and to go to your place, what should be the major argument? I exclude one, the dream. Because we have heard from Mr. Legal that we need to move from dream to a perspective. So don't try that one. But if I give you the floor to all, and then I'm sure there will be views from across the audience on the young generation. So who wants to? Yes, maybe I could start. I think patient. That's the one that's serious, you know. So you're not helping. That's such a pleasure to see your satellite at the end on the launcher and to see that in orbit. Just that's the patient. So you spend. Okay, you have it. So, but this one was not accepted. So who has another one? Alain, I give you.
First, I just want to give just an experience I had. I was watching the first Vega launch, not with the official people, but outside with the engineers of the company which built it, Avio. And it was mainly young engineers, around 30, 35, and I was really absolutely surprised by the enthusiasm of these people. They were singing at each stage which was leaving the other.
If you were surprised,
I was
you would not have
surprised
attracted them.
I was surprised because it was the first time that I saw such enthusiasm. Again, because I suppose that for the first launch it was exactly the same. Exactly. Just to a little more serious, I think that it's a high technology environment, but a high technology environment which is still a small industry, meaning that people know each other. It's like a kind of craftsmanship. You always do something which is different. It's not a production which is always the same. From a meteor satellite to go in your field to the next one, a lot of things have changed and so on. So I think that for a young engineer, it's the advantage to work on always more challenging
diversity
topics.
And increasing challenges.
Yes.
Mr. Dupont.
Yes, clearly. In fact, challenge, it's really an important thing. The person, if we involve somebody in our team, it's really because he's ready to switch from virtual world to a real world. He has really to do something with his hands and to be ready to support and to have challenge.
Olivier?
To complement, there has been a recent OECD study on what attracts, no, I will not quote figures, probably, what attracts young scientists and engineers towards science and technology career. One of the arguments was that was the ambition to do something useful for society. It's very strongly expressed by young scientists and researchers, and I think that space is useful for society.
And that's an interesting point, because we are talking about dreams, but we are not talking about stakes. And sometimes it's important to communicate on stakes. And it's another form of dream, which is to improve our society. Jean-Yves, sur ce sujet?
I think that we have to be cautious, because I know people working in the bank and they have a lot of passion. And when they make a deal, they are at least so as excited as when we launch a rocket. So I think that it is probably a personal choice, because if people, they do prefer to go to work in a bank, to become a physician or any other business, it's a personal choice. But what is for me clear is that we are in a business where, once again, we don't have a problem to find people because there are a lot of people, and probably I do not want to quote another business because I don't want to be unpleasant with this business, but it's more exciting to work in space than in some other businesses. And this is why we have this opportunity. I am not sure that it is possible to say to someone who wants to go to work in a bank, please come with us, it's more exciting, because after all it's a problem of personal choice. And once again, I know many people working in the banks who are very, very satisfied with what they are doing. So, but as a matter of fact, you have, a few years ago, I participated in such a debate, and people explained, yes, but in fact it's more interesting to work into space because there are many cartoons dealing about space, many cartoons dealing about industry or banks. And now you have many cartoons dealing about industry or banks. So at the end of the day, I think that it's a problem of personal choice.
Please.
Hello everyone, I'm Vivian and I'd like to ask a couple of questions. So first of all, I will introduce myself. I got a master's degree last month in space physiology and health in one of the most prestigious universities in Europe, at least this is how it's considered, which is King's College London. My course was co-funded by ESA, and we were attending the course last year. We were just 10 people, and out of 10, only one person got a job in the space field. I deliberately choose to pursue the specializations in the aerospace medicine career, despite following the clinical side. And today I was really impressed and quite happy to see that Luca actually pointed out that there are many different fields in the space industry. So he mentioned that there is not just engineering, and so if we think about long-term space mission, probably astronauts' health is one of the biggest issues to address. So I would like to say, and I will appreciate if you could answer to my questions, is there are many passionate, we talk a lot about passions, there are many passionate students and young people in other fields that they might be not engineering. And the question is, how those people are you thinking to, how do you want to involve those people in the space field? So therefore, how do you think the medical sector could be improved, the medical sectors and the healthcare especially could actually have a job in the space field? And how do you think to basically to continue to promote even young programs like my master degree? Maybe it will be better for, what do you think, if it will be better to have also a clearer career pathway? Do you think this could help to attract young students? Because so far we just talk about passions, and it's true that maybe some people are deciding to do those, to start those careers not just because are money oriented, but definitely money are an issue as well, because we live in 2013. So those are my questions. If you could please answer, I will be delightful, and thank you very much.
Okay, I will not ask Joël Chenet to answer your questions, but you are asking the articulation between education and jobs. In the end, you had the master.
Sorry, in another field which is not the engineering field, because engineering is really important, but at other things as well. And here we're talking about space. So related, for example, the healthcare, how do you think you can enhance this sector? What is the strategy? How you can always support young professional healthcare?
Okay, it's about crossover. Olivier?
Yeah, I'm happy that you mentioned this issue. Being a biologist and being a biologist by training, I'm very often quite alone in homes full of engineers. So you're perfectly right. I think one of the future of the space sector in Europe relies on the development of the future operational infrastructure, such as Galileo, that has been mentioned, and also Copernicus. We will have fully operational systems that will deliver terabytes of data related to Earth observation with Copernicus. If we do not invest enough in Europe in earth sciences or in natural sciences, we will completely waste our money. So I think one of the future of the space sector is not in the space sector, but in all the application and services that will be built on the data delivered by this operational infrastructure. So not only earth science and natural science to understand what's happening on Earth and elaborate and develop services, but also in marketing. We are very bad at marketing in the space sector, apart from the part of the business that is making money, which is the telecom or launchers. So marketing, earth science, natural science, but I think that space finally in Europe is also moving towards something that is more and more political, so people capable of making the link between the scientists and the engineers that are working in industry and in agencies and the public authorities is also a very interesting and promising career path.
Okay. Yep.
As a graduate of King's College, happy to respond to you. One of the things which I think is really important, if I were to recruit today, I would look for somebody who is able to think out of the box. Whether it's an engineer, I'm sure can think out of the box, especially an engineer with an MBA, for example, or a lawyer or a biologist, or anybody who is able to just connect dots and see a bigger picture of how space fits into today's ecosystem. And I think it's important to come back to motivation there. What you said, Olivier, about making a difference to society, etc. That's one of the things that drives me every day. I know that I'm not, as satellite operators, we're not just selling the next gadget or baby food or something like that. Sorry, maybe it's a bad example. But we're enabling troops in the field to be able to communicate securely. We are enabling emergency communications when there's an earthquake, when nothing else works. And on the other side, we're at the cutting edge of services that people are consuming every day, like 3D TV, high definition TV, 4K TV, which will come in the next few years. That is really motivating.
Yeah, that's what I call stakes. Societal stakes. So I have one question here, one here, and one here.
I'd like to come back to one of the first questions to which Monsieur Grandard replied. I hear you talking about people with general education, with not too specified, about training people in the company. Are you then still looking for PhD researchers?
We absolutely need both profiles. We recruit PhDs every year, fresh from the universities, and we continue to hire them for what I would call more of the algorithmic work and for research that is essential for the mid to long term. But we need them, as well as we do the general engineers, both the academic engineers and the industrial engineers, as we call them in Belgium, for skills that are complementary. We need good software people, we need good practical hardware people who can design a board, who can debug. Many of the young engineers will typically start in testing positions or in field work, get a better understanding of the products, and grow through the ranks to the design function. This is a very typical career path that we have seen in the company and for which I'm very, very grateful. After all, people want to have some diversity over their career path. And starting in a test or an application environment and growing to design is something that works very well. So yes, we do both fresh engineers from university as we do the PhDs. Typically for the PhDs, we have been recruiting from a number of places which we consider to be places of expertise, poles of expertise around Europe, such as TU Delft, such as colleges in the UK and in Germany. So we're keeping our eyes open there for any interesting subjects that come along. Thanks.
And I think agencies also recruit PhD when it comes to infusing science into systems. This is what we do, for instance.
please.
Thank you. Much of the conversation so far has been about attracting young scientists and engineers into the industry, and I know that of those who are skilled, we do have a problem in the UK, and that was mentioned earlier with us losing skilled engineers to banking industry and the oil industry, particularly in Scotland, where I'm from. But more so, industry in the UK tell me that they struggle to recruit those with the correct skills at all. Now, I'm very happy to meet all the young European scientists and engineers that we have in the UK and that we attract them there, but I can't help but be sad and concerned that we're not training our young people to have the correct skills to go into the industry. So I wanted to pick your brains and hear from your experiences to what countries in Europe are doing this correctly, and what more can I take back to the UK in terms of what we can do to prepare our young people and our universities to provide the correct skills and also the correct careers advice.
Who wants to answer? I'm sure.
We're very much aware that we have customers in Scotland. The oil and gas industry is obviously a very rich sector. We cannot, as an SME, we cannot pay the wages that they offer to their employees, and that's fine with me. I'm not trying to compete with that. And I guess the same applies for the banking sector. I think overall what we're trying to offer is there's just more than the pay that the young engineers will do. When they come in the company, the feeling of pride of identifying yourself with something that is truly unique and something that you can do for 10, 15, 20 years, this is something very, very strong. This is a message. I interview all the people who I eventually will hire. First they go through the technical interviews, which I'm not doing anymore. It's much more smart people in the company who can do that much better than I can. But I want to see them at the end of the successful technical interviews. I want to know, is this the woman or the man who's going to strengthen the force and who has the same passion and pride that we have in the company? And my commitment, and of course I don't have a crystal ball, I don't know what the economy is going to look like in 5 or 10 years from now, but my commitment to them is we want to keep you on board and we want you to grow throughout the ranks in the company for 5, 10, 15 years, become a member of the family. And I can never offer them the cold hard cash that the oil and gas industry offers. I cannot offer what the banks offer, but if they want to do something truly unique that is only done in 3 or 4 or 5 places in the world, that's in where the competitors are, then I say, look, you have to join us. We'll give you an honorable salary. You're becoming part of the family. You're going to do something truly unique, whether technical or non-technical, and it's going to be for the better part of your career.
Thank you. I have a question on this side, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Roya Ayazi. I'm the Secretary General from NEREUS, Network of European Regions Using Space Technologies. And in the respect promoting space as an interesting field of study and work is one of our core business. We try to attract young people in our regions to a space career and help them on their way. In this respect, we notice the huge discrepancies among European countries. The situation of young people in Europe is very, very different. And when you strive for a career in space, you need to be an international player, an international staff member. Europe's education system at the high level, higher school and also university, prepare in this respect very, very different. The second thing, in different professional fields, stage is often the first entry point to a profession, be it with the European institutions, but in many other fields and in the space sector as well. If you are from a country that has a space industry, it's much easier to get in there and to envision it. If you are, however, from a country that is traditionally not active in space, the situation might be different. One question to the representatives from space industry: how do you promote your internships? How can young people get to know? And how is the selection? Do you strive to attract people from countries outside the country where your company is placed? How is this done? And to the policymaker, we need broader approaches. We need a much more strategic approach. Thank you.
So, how to recruit internationally, how to promote your internship program. Artie, do you want to answer?
Yeah, I think based on what Roya said and also the colleague from Scotland, from UK, I think it's something that we have to change on the side of the employer on the space industry. On the space side, is really to promote ourselves wider and in the right fora and with universities, and not just towards engineers or researchers or PhD types. But, for example, I was recruited because Daimler-Benz Aerospace came to HEC and as part of a carrefour. I had no interest in space. I didn't even know what aerospace was. When I went for the interview, I had to look it up. What is aerospace? You know, it was literally at this point. But when I went into the young manager program that was offered by that company, which is today EADS, there was really a diversity of people there, and there was not a single engineer, not a single space engineer. And that was building the future management. And I think that's something crucial that doesn't happen today, is that the space industry needs to reach out beyond the obvious, but also that we need to find a better way to raise awareness about the jobs that are out there. So I mentioned before a central database. This is something that could even be done on a national level, if not at a European level. Speaking to one of my members, they were complaining they don't get enough applications from the right people. They said they post their jobs on monster.com. This kind of thing. When it comes to Brussels, then it's eurobrussels.com. But there is a big need and something that needs to happen to bridge the gap.
Okay, but there is quite some effort to be done, I believe. But you recruit internationally. Industry recruit internationally. There are no. So I promise the floor here, and then.
Hi. I'm Ciara McGrath from Strathclyde University, and I was on the panel this morning, so thank you all for your questions earlier. But somebody mentioned to me that actually the panel might not have been the best group of people to ask, because we were all very passionate, very motivated individuals who all want to work in space, and that's not necessarily the people that you're having problems with. So before I came here, I spoke to some of my colleagues in the university in Scotland, because I'm working in a group at the moment working on a launch vehicle design, and not one of them wants to go on from this project to work in space. So I asked them why, and there was a number of reasons that they gave me. But I think the point is that there's quite a lot of, we've been assuming up until this point that if you can get people passionate about space, that they will want to work in it, and that's not necessarily the case. In these people's case, the problem was that, one, it's probably partly that space is a victim of its own success, is that it seems something that is so out there, so unattainable, so fantastic that people are afraid. The idea of being a rocket scientist seems beyond the grasp of most people, and people are afraid to reach for that. And the second thing is that by the time we've gotten to graduation, particularly, as Pamela said, in Scotland, and for instance, you've had companies like BP, Ford, Rolls-Royce coming in year on year and trying to recruit people to their side. And if people have already done internships in oil companies and car companies, it's a big step for them to walk away from that and say, actually, I'm going to go out on a limb here and walk into space. So I think what you potentially end up with is you end up with this group of really impassioned, brave people who are willing to go out there and search for these jobs and internships in space companies that aren't necessarily being advertised. And The problem is that what you're losing is the people who are sort of on the sidelines and aren't sure what they want to do. And they're being swayed towards things like the oil companies and so on because they know they have to work to get people involved, because nobody's really excited about designing an oil pipe. So they have to make it sound exciting, and they spend a long time working to do that. And I think that the point is that you can sway people the other way. In Strathclyde, one of the things we run is the Scottish Space School. And what we do is we take secondary school students with really high grades, and we run a school in the university which is supported by astronauts throughout the world. And the winners of this are then taken to Houston and involved in a space program there. And the idea behind this is that the students who go through this program normally have been thinking about doing things like medicine, maybe even going into law and such, and the idea is to sway them towards space. And we found that it's actually really, really successful. And it might be a UK problem, I'm not sure. Maybe it's not European-wide. But I certainly don't feel like the industry is coming forward to engage those people who don't really know what we should be doing. And I'm graduating this year at the end of my master's, and I don't know what to do with myself, even being one of these impassioned individuals. So I think there's still a lot of room for industry to really make a mark on the younger students.
Okay, so we need to be a bit more proactive towards university to get what space can bring, what it is about, to have the possibility to attract a broader spectrum of people.
Yeah, just on that note, actually, I think the response to Pamela's question about what space can offer people in comparison to the oil companies and the financial sector and stuff is a fabulous answer of all these challenges and these technological challenges. But maybe that's not being brought across to the students at university level, and that's something that really should be brought across so that we could see the advantages for us there.
Okay, so what you mean is that when we hear that challenges are our main motivation, we don't bring the challenges to university. That's an interesting message. I had promised one, and then it's you. Please.
Thanks. My name is Andrea Jaime. I'm from Spain, though I work now in Austria. So I have two questions. One is very quickly, or can be answered very quickly, if you know the answer. Which is the percentage of people retiring from your respective industries or companies, and which is the percentage of people coming in or being recruited? I know in the space agencies nowadays, this percentage is not very good or very positive because there is more people retiring than being recruited. But I think in industry, especially in Europe, it's the opposite. But I don't know the exact numbers.
So the question is to industry.
And the second question?
Yeah,
that's just percentages, numbers. That's easy to answer.
Okay.
And the second one is, if I have to look for a job, and I look for job descriptions and so on, actually, I always find them very specific, although you were saying before that they are looking for generalists. I always look for, we're looking for an optoelectronics engineer. We're looking for somebody who is very specific. So my question is, like, for example, if somebody like me would go to you with a proposal, with a job offer, like, not a job offer, sorry, like a proposal of a new job, like, okay, I think I can offer these skills to your company, although you're not opening this position. Would you be willing to read this type of proposals, or no, because it's not where you are looking? Will you be willing to hear these new offers?
Okay, so does industry recruit more young people than the leavers? It's the first question. Half-half? What does it mean?
Percentages, do you know them?
50% of leavers replaced by new recruitments. So, any other answers? In SME, it must be very different, I have to say, because you don't have many leavers so far.
As I said, the eldest engineer became 65 years last week. 6 months ago, he said, I want to stay after 65. I said, wow, this is exciting, you know, because I didn't know what to tell him. I thought that people would retire d'office at 65, but it's actually very exciting that people want to stay beyond 65, and I certainly encourage them to do so. But that does not mean that him not leaving does not mean that we're not recruiting.
Yeah,
So
I'm just asking for percentages as a comparison.
we can. In fact, I'm hiring a young engineer who can absorb his expertise. Because he told me I want to stay 2 or 3 more years till I'm 67, 68, and then I'm really going to retire. So you have to absorb all that know-how that he has in his brains.
Anna?
Yes, I don't know if OHB is a good example, but because we span the whole range of ages with our most senior person who is already 75, and there are some retired people who are working as consultant towards us. So, but also because of the high growth of the company, a lot of young people, and the advantage to have these experienced people who are still willing to work is to be able to pass the experience.
Yes, I think it's a very important point, because I believe you need a mixture. You need to recruit people as long as you're experienced people. This is what Jean-Jacques Dordain said this morning. It's not about expertise, it's about experience. And you need to put young people with experienced people on projects and real things to get them developed. Your second question was whether you are ready to receive applications which do not match your vacancy notice and what you do with that. If I have
More than applications, is like proposals of jobs. Like, okay, I have these skills. I think you need a person that can do this. Will you be willing to hear that person, or you're like, no, what is this person selling himself to me?
So who wants to answer?
Well, we receive applications, unsolicited applications, and we all we look at all. So there is no exclusivity at all, because we think that it's also important to have an innovative approach on some areas. But of course, you have to recruit also the people you need. So you have to make a kind of trade-off between innovative approaches and the experience you really need. That's the difficulty.
Yeah, I think you had also a point that sometimes announcements are too detailed, and we said we don't want experts, but we release job descriptions which are those of experts, which I have experience, and that's something we can improve also probably. Yes, please.
I'm Professor Waerts from Antwerp University in Ghent. I'm not sure if I represent the academia here, but I had the illusion that a PhD is a good thing. Because during a PhD, a student has the moment, has the time to think out of the box. To wander for 4 years, it is not really a Brownian motion, but a PhD is not per se going from the first day you work on your PhD to the last day in one direction. It is wandering around, looking for new techniques and putting them all together and finish a project. Now, I was a bit stunned by your word that you said, I don't need specialists, I don't need PhDs. I need, well, sort of like, I need fresh, young, let's say, squeezable persons, perhaps. But I understand your point of view, but I would like to say that a PhD can be a very good thing, because it is also giving a broad view on many things at the same time. But I have to make one remark there. It is under the condition that not for the bad evolution of financing of universities, where we more and more have to get publications in a short time, which allows less to think out of the box. So given that the financing allows to think broadly and to take the time to invest something really to the bottom of it, rather than produce the next day already publication now. So given that remark that we need to be allowed to still think free, are the others of the different companies agree that you rather prefer not PhD students, or you still think PhD is a fine thing?
Well, if I may, I sorry if I expressed myself inaccurate, but we definitely do need PhDs. We hire PhDs every year for the most diverse positions. The head of our support is an Italian woman. She's done her PhD in physics She worked at a research center. She's become head of support, which was completely different from what she had been doing previously. And why was that? Because she had good technical, broad technical background, an ability to analyze problems at a very deep, profound level, but very importantly also a very broad mindset, thinking out of the box. I hired two signal experts 2 years ago, one of which is a Dutch gentleman who did his PhD in Portugal and who lived in La Coruña. So we found him through all kinds of intricate ways, and he's extremely valuable in some of the long-term research. And his research that he's doing today maps one-on-one on what he was doing for his PhD. So please don't get me wrong, we do need those PhDs. Whether they're squeezable or not is something that we determine at the interview. But they're absolutely very, very valuable, as are the young generalist engineers who know how to make a code, who know how to program in a way that is maintainable, that can run on a commercial processor, that can be upgraded, all those kind of things. So my apologies for my remarks if they were negative about PhDs. So we do miss them. We do need them very much.
Yes, and you need to get the right mix. This is what the message is about. Other questions? Yes.
Good afternoon. This is Ozam Jangar. I'm working in a research institute busy with nanoelectronics here in Belgium. I actually have a comment, not a question, and on a relatively different topic. My comment is as such for young professionals or for the people who are new to doing business with ESA, and my comment goes to ESA, it's pretty difficult to get the information necessary to, for example, submit a tender. So I have the feeling, compared to the European Commission, that ESA is a bit more closed, and you need to get a lot of experience in order to be good in your project. To submit a project and to manage the project, you need a lot of experience, and I would like to ask ESA to be more...
So you need to be a professional bidder. This is what you mean.
Sorry?
You need to be a professional bidder.
Yeah, you need to have a lot of experience to be a good bidder. So I ask to be more open in the ways of working, like the decision-making procedure in ESA, the IP, the legal aspects of applying for a project, more training courses, more workshops. My experience is that I need to dig a lot of information. I need to dig for a long time for information in order to help technical people in my institute to come to good projects.
So, Jean-Yves?
I can ask not on behalf of ESA, but France is one member state of ESA, and I'm a little bit surprised by what I hear, because at the contrary, I think that ESA is a quite open organization with equal opportunity, and there are some specific tools to help organization or people who are not familiar with ESA to answer and to submit projects. So perhaps there are some misunderstandings, but on a general, my general opinion is that ESA is quite, let us say, customer or user-friendly organization, and it's quite easy, in my opinion, to work with ESA. And I can confirm that member states, and in particular France, are very focused on this point.
Okay. So, but perhaps for new bidders, newcomers to the ESA system, there is perhaps some sort. Yes. No. Yes. So it's maybe I have no doubt that ESA is open, but maybe this is a matter of training or giving some information on the newcomers to the procurement system. And okay, any other questions? Yes, sorry.
Sure.
un des points de la résolution des parlementaires pourrait être demain la création d'une plateforme pour une meilleure coordination entre les entreprises et les universités. On a un peu l'impression que tant les universités que les industries vivent chacun dans leur bulle et n'ont pas toujours le temps de se parler, de se voir. Or, je pense qu'il est intéressant à la fois pour l'industrie de bénéficier de cerveaux, je peux dire un peu simplement, mais de cerveaux qui pourraient les aider dans la recherche de différents domaines, et donc les stages éventuellement, pratiquement, et d'autre part, c'est intéressant aussi pour les universités de pouvoir mettre des jeunes au cœur d'un projet industriel et aussi d'avoir une meilleure approche auprès des jeunes, en tout cas en ce qui concerne le volet spatial. Ma question, est-ce que vous êtes d'accord avec cette idée que vous vivez un petit peu dans des bulles séparées, université-entreprise? 1. 2. Est-ce que vous êtes prêt, est-ce que cela vous intéresse de vous engager dans une telle entreprise, c'est-à-dire une meilleure interaction entre l'ensemble des secteurs? Et il y avait une jeune ou un jeune, je ne sais plus, qui avait dit tout à l'heure, ça serait peut-être effectivement intéressant qu'il y ait un grand réseau sur lequel on pourrait travailler. Est-ce que cela vous intéresse? Alors, je sais qu'il y a un peu des exceptions, parce qu'en Allemagne, en Pologne, ils sont un peu plus avancés, en tout cas que chez nous en Belgique, peut-être dans d'autres pays aussi. Quelle est votre opinion sur ce sujet?
Yes, I think it's a very good suggestion, but I would put this at the European level, because I think it works country by country. It works well, more or less, depending on the countries, but it works well. What works not so well is at European level, because first there are different practices in each country in universities. Some are using apprenticeship or trainees with the industry, others are not. And so there are still a lot of obstacles to put that at European level. And all space industry is very international, at least because of at least at European level we have people from all countries. And if we want to foster this kind of initiative, it has really to be put at the European level, so that a German industry can have also trainees from Spain, from Belgium, or whatever.
Any other views from the other players? Yes.
We would welcome the initiative of an EISC traineeship scheme. As the satellite operators. We think that would be a good idea, and we would like to work towards that, because if some of my operators, if they could show, for example, to their tax authorities that they were part of a joint initiative at European level, they believe that they might be able to get an allowance to then recruit trainees, but for a longer period of time, and then at reduced cost, at a traineeship cost, rather than under a full employment contract. In addition, if such a traineeship scheme was to come into existence, they would love to see it become some kind of a European recognized label, which brings some credibility with it, and which is validated by the employer. So the employer should be able to say that this person has worked and seen the day-to-day running of this business for the last 6 months or 1 year. So certify it somehow, have it a certain standard.
Thank you. Other views?
Je pense que c'est une excellente idée de renforcer les contacts entre les universités et l'industrie. Sachez qu'il y a déjà des réseaux qui existent aujourd'hui, qui nous aident à trouver des étudiants. Les noms des réseaux m'échappent. Donc il y a déjà 2-3 organisations qui existent. Je pense que ça vaut certainement le coup de voir si on peut renforcer et améliorer leur fonctionnement. Et à part ça, nous sommes assez volontaristes. Tous les moyens qui nous aident à trouver des collègues sont les bienvenus. Et je vous indique que mes employés sont de chaque pays ici autour de la table, sauf 2 pays. Et une des choses qui nous aide sont exactement les contacts avec les universités dans ces pays-là. Donc, certainement.
Madame?
Yes, I just wanted to add that perhaps a provocative idea would be to extend the Erasmus program to industry.
Yeah, I think it's obvious from the discussion that bridging various gaps between university, industry and agencies is certainly a factor of progress, both on the employer side and for the education system. We have heard that we need more proactive to communicate on the stakes and challenges of space, which means going towards the university. We have heard also various words. We have heard trainees, but I think we could even go a bit further, because what you said, 6 months, be below 6 months, but we may consider various duration. We have the young graduate programs. I think we are talking about between 6 months and 2 years, and there are probably various formulas that could be thought of. Although also at the very moment where we have an economic crisis, where people need to move from the current to a new generation, so we need also to accompany this transition, and probably a number of mechanisms could be thought of at European level to make progress. So I think it's certainly one of the major conclusions of the discussion we have had today. And I hope we will bring also people who are not only passionate by space, but who are attracted by space. So maybe, yes.
I have one more question. In the discussion we had this afternoon, I found that the role of the young entrepreneur was too little addressed. With next year, the 2 European space system going operational, we have a wealth of satellite imagery, and young entrepreneurs can start developing applications, can start developing services. In how far do industry representatives see them through a vocation of their company to support young entrepreneurship?
Yeah. I think it was addressed by you. And I think we have to, and what we have said has to apply to a broad view on what we call space. Also innovation, developing applications and technologies. And then, yes, I'm sure SMEs could consider this type of elements to develop a new business, but maybe somebody wants to answer this. How to encourage the entrepreneurial behavior? I would tend to ask the SMEs and the big industry to hear if they have different answers.
I think, as I mentioned, we started the company with 7 people in 13 years ago. We were a very small, immature company, and we had some very good technology though, but we had no sellable products. We had no quality control, no SAP, no sales department, no nothing, just good engineers. And we have been very fortunate. The Galileo program has been a golden opportunity for us. There was receivers had to be made, new receivers which were completely new frequency bands, new signal structure, new signal content, all those things. So ESA was inviting industry in those days to provide proposals for those new receivers that did not exist. It was not just a matter of refurbishing existing products. It was starting with a clean sheet of paper and making a new receiver. And we have taken that opportunity with both hands. In hindsight, probably with more risk than we would take today, because we've become more mature with more procedures, checks and balances and what have you. But we took it with 2 hands. There were periods that we were working around the clock, 24 hours a day, when you had to propose a bid. Some people like that, some people don't. Some people will leave the company. But we are very, very, very grateful for that opportunity, which in hindsight was absolutely essential for the company. And I think that ESA and the governments can play a very, very important role here. They are willing to take that risk that commercial entities or financial institutions, rightfully so, would not take, because they're taking a financial risk with the money that they don't own. Governments can play an instrumental role in catalyzing that entrepreneurial effort in Europe. And if we look at the successes around the world of high-tech companies like Google and LinkedIn and other companies, be aware that they have been very successful in raising money, but there's a government behind them who for 5, 10, 15 years has been willing to take that technical risk of which the outcome was not certain, and of which today you see in industry, you see job creation, you see products being exported, you see companies becoming the leaders in the world in their industry, and that's thanks to the role that their government played 5, 10, 15 years ago. And ESA has been a very, very important partner of ours. Every now and then, I think that we would have been much smaller if it weren't for the confidence that the Belgian government through Belspo and that ESA have given us all those years. And this is the case example that I see in many entrepreneurial startups who have a good technology, maybe not a sellable product, but who through continued long-term confidence and technology and product development can become very, very strong in their sector. And this is something that we should explore and do more often.
Yep. And probably there is also a need when you start as engineers going towards the business to seek advice from a business and commercial point of view before you hire the people I have seen this in a number of very small enterprises. I think you need some help, and it can also be the role of clusters. So I think we have to close now, and I believe we had a good discussions with conclusions which can be discussed tomorrow by the EISC. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Then I now can announce Mr. Peter Hulsroy, who will do the summary of what we heard today.
Okay, this of course makes it rather formal to speak from the podium, but perhaps this is good as the final intervention here. I have to say, summarizing on what we have heard today is not so terribly easy, because what we heard this morning in some respects was very different from what we heard this afternoon. What we heard this morning was the many difficulties that young people experience in actually making their way into the space business. And what we heard this afternoon was the difficulties the space business finds in actually attracting the right type of workforce. So it would look as though there is a difference of opinion, but perhaps it is not a difference of opinion. Perhaps this is actually a reconcilable reality, that somebody mentioned that there was a degree of mismatch between the background of the students and the requirements of industry. So there's something to reflect on here, whether we should assume that the market will take care of this mismatch. But that sort of mismatch can, of course, explain the difference of perspective between the industry and the youth in this. But there might be another explanation as well, which might be that the youth, when they are right at the edge of getting into professional life, there is an impatience and there is a fear that ultimately you are not going to find exactly what you want.
So there is perhaps also a reason for society to look at how you can actually facilitate that move and make it even more attractive, and not only to dream about space, but practice space. So I think it is true to say that space needs youth, but also that youth needs space. So space needs youth not only as workers, but as consumers of what space is ultimately providing. We are so dependent on space, as Senator Tillmans said. It is everywhere. And we need to engage youth in making sure that we optimize our use of the space infrastructure that the youth is also building. But also youth must understand that it needs space and that there is an opportunity for them to influence what ultimately the space society is providing to them, what the space infrastructure is going to be for the future. So Jean-Jacques Dodin said space must attract the youth, which is certainly true, but it is also true that the youth must attract space. So it is not a one-way street of making space attractive to the youth. It is also a question for the youth to have an assertive voice of what it expects from space, what it needs from space, and what it needs from space to make their way in the space. And I have to say, I think we can be very grateful to the Belgian presidency that we had an opportunity this morning to hear the version originale of the voice of the youth. Because the space community talks a lot about youth. This is true, and this is good. And we are looking a lot at what we can do in order to inspire, etc., etc. But it is very good also to hear what the youth itself, to hear it from themselves without organizational overlay and so on. Where are the anxieties? Where are the wishes and dreams? So in conclusion, I believe that what we have heard today is that there is a duty on the space community, but there is also a duty on the youth. And I was very encouraged to hear this morning how our colleague from the Polytechnique was saying that when the Polytechnique did not actually offer something what they needed in terms of being engaged in space, then they created it themselves. And this is, I think, really entrepreneurship, what we should encourage. We should make it easy, but we should also make it possible for the youth to actually create its own boundary conditions. I also thought it was very encouraging to hear about the 3 missions that have a large young element. So Vega, the Estonian CubeSat, the Probavi. And I think we must celebrate that when we see the projects where we really see that the youth is strongly involved. And there are, of course, many more. As you know, or you might know, I live in Austria, so I also celebrate Unibright and the small satellites done in Austria. We have an awful lot of university projects around CubeSats and small satellites. And this is, of course, very good because what we heard from the authoritative voice of the youth this morning is that they really want the hands-on aspect as well, to feel that what they are learning, what they can bring, can be translated into something of practical relevance. But I think I took from this morning, ultimately, that what we as a community should look at is that we have 2 valleys of death. You have the valley of death going from the dreams of your childhood to seek actually the professional qualification, and you have the valley of death going from getting the professional qualification to get a satisfying career in space. So what can we do about this? Well, what we heard was that things like CubeSats and hands-on experiences are very important to make you move from secondary school to university and become really a space professional. We heard how important it is for us to pass on the flame and to explain what the flame is, and that also for the youth that is already engaged, the 12 persons we heard this morning, that they also explain to their fellow students how engaging and how inspiring, Alain, how inspiring space also is. And what can we do about the second valley of death? What can we do about the move from having the professional qualification to a satisfying career? I think we heard a lot about traineeships. We heard a lot about young graduate training schemes. I thought that it was clear that this is an essential step to make that transition in a good way, to have the possibilities of being engaged practically in the companies and also show the companies what the youth can, what an individual professional who is young can actually bring. So this idea, for instance, that ESA has a YTT to industry program, where you both see the institutional side and industry, is, I think, something we should take note of and we should be happy about. But we should perhaps also reflect on whether there are not more possibilities of providing mentoring. We have an awful lot of talent, senior talent in Europe, which might be able to and willing to help in easing the way from university to a satisfying career. And I'm not sure that in Europe we are so good at activating that perhaps volunteer readiness to assist in what is in the end still a difficult transition. Then we heard a lot about how the industry must interface in a perhaps different fashion, a more effective fashion with the university community. And I think there is a lot to reflect on in this, that I think that the boundaries, if you wish, between industry and universities must become far less rigid, that there must be far more interaction between this. It is clear that the youth needs industry. It is also clear that we heard this, as we heard this afternoon, that industry needs the youth. And really, again, even if Alain Ratier didn't like it, there is a question of ultimately how we pass on the flame. And this is certainly an obligation also for us who are established in the space sector to make sure that we pass on the flame. So what can industry do? Perhaps more traineeships, perhaps longer traineeships, perhaps we can have a sort of European stamp. Perhaps we can expand the Erasmus program to cover industry as well. There are many interesting ideas, and I think that we must reflect on all of these ideas, because it is the practical help that is ultimately of relevance here. Perhaps we can also, as was discussed, perhaps we can also talk about a platform where in the industry and universities interact better. But if you start to look at interaction between industry and universities, then I think in Europe there are many unexplored avenues. And I think perhaps we should sometimes look to Silicon Valley to see how a university like Stanford is interacting with the rest of the Silicon Valley community. And I think we do not have enough professors engaged in industry and not enough industry engaged in the university. So what other steps can we think about practically? I think I'm running out of time. What can we think about practically? We heard about how taxation can be useful in guiding hiring and so on, and I think this is something we must think very carefully about. And I think to complete this, that we must ultimately, all of us, look at what is attracting the youth to space. And I liked very much what was said by Olivier. I think that surveys are showing that the possibility of making a difference to meet challenges is what this is about. And this is something that we must convey. So it is not just a question of the dream of being an astronaut. It is a question of how we tap the potential of inspiration of space in so many different ways, from the perspective of Earth observation, from telecommunications. What sort of challenges are we providing? What sort of responsibilities? And if we do this well, the youth will have no problem, and the space industry will have no problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for these closing words. Now I have some practical information for the rest, I think. The first thing that we now need to do is take a family picture. And I think that will take place on the stairs, because I don't think the weather is good enough to go outside. Then afterwards you can visit the exhibition that is set up downstairs. Also in the room here next to there is some information which you can go and see. And then for this evening there is a bus which will be at the Bloom Hotel around 7 to pick you up. And then the bus is coming here to pick up some more people. So those who are not in that hotel, they can come here, and the bus will pick us up here and drive us to the Egmont Palace, where we will have dinner. At 10 o'clock the bus will do the reverse way. Anything I forgot? Yeah.
Just perhaps we can congratulate our young student. They are not students anymore because they are finished, but the young who make the cartoons this evening, they are very nice. And just they told me that we are making photocopy about those cartoons. They will put it downstairs, so if you want to take some of them, with pleasure. And another thing, all the picture of our conference, you will find it on the site of the Senaat, senat.be, and you will have all the picture or photograph take of us. So thank you so much, and next year it will be in France to our colleagues au banc, and for the people who are coming this evening, I'm happy to see you this evening too. And for the other one, thank you so much. It was very interesting, and space is really something very enthusiastic. Thank you very much. Allez, je pense que c'était assez interactif. Oui. Et le parlementaire.
Chers amis, si nous pouvions commencer avec un petit peu de retard, je pense que in English, we have traduction, yes. And thank you for the traduction. So good morning, good evening, yesterday night. I think the place was very nice and it was good. Okay, thank you. So it's our last day for this conference.
And we have to also work on our resolution. But because I would like to share the work, the presidency I will give the presidency to my colleague of the Senate and the working group of the Senate, Louis Siquet. But first of all, I have to say that I have to leave at 11:15 because there is an interesting emission on the national radio about space at 12 o'clock. So I think it's important to be there and to speak about space. We will be with a professor of university and someone other. Anyway, so I think it's interesting to be there, so I'm sorry, but I have to leave at 11:15. Another good news is that our friends from Spain are candidate to the next presidency after France, but they have to confirm after the agreement of their government. But anyway, I think we are in the good way. So I will give you first, I don't know, to you, maybe you want to say something, and then I will give the floor to Bertrand Houban, and then I will give the presidency to Louis Siquet. Do you want to say something?
Sí, buenos días. Bueno, simplemente decir que nosotros entendíamos que esta oportunidad que surge en Europa para poder estar presentes todos en una empresa común como es la participación en el espacio, bueno, pues también a España, que en su momento no pudo asistir, le podía tocar ahora. Entendemos que la situación está cambiando de una manera importante en nuestro país. En la situación económica, afortunadamente, ha mejorado. Y creemos que trasladar a nuestro Gobierno la posibilidad de que la siguiente reunión se celebre en España no va a ser inconveniente, puesto que detrás de toda esta organización hay un conjunto de empresas que debemos atender también por ellas. Así es que eso es nuestro ofrecimiento y únicamente dejar constancia que tenemos que consultar con nuestro Gobierno, evidentemente, esta posibilidad. Muchas gracias.
I think I can say from all my colleagues that we are very happy for this next presidency, and I think it's a good signal too for Spain, because you have a huge investment in space, and I think it's very important. So thank you so much for your candidature. Yeah. So I would like to give the floor to Bertrand, who will be the next president. So Bertrand, give you the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, chers amis. D'abord, merci pour cet accueil à Bruxelles et la parfaite organisation dont tu as su... tu as été la pièce maîtresse de l'organisation. Nous nous sommes vus souvent cette année. Tu assistes à quelques-uns de nos travaux, comme nous venons en Belgique, et nous espérons pouvoir continuer cette coopération amicale et fructueuse. Donc l'an prochain, effectivement, nous aurons la 16e assemblée plénière à Paris, à la même époque, à l'automne, mais avant nous ferons le workshop à Toulouse, dans le sud, qui est ma terre d'élection. Je suis sénateur de Toulouse, de la Haute-Garonne, et c'est aussi le siège d'Airbus, mais en ce qui concerne l'espace, c'est le centre premier du CNES. Il y a Astrium, il y a Thales, il y a Héraclès, donc il y a la cité de l'espace, il y a 12 à 13 000 emplois directement liés à l'espace, et c'est à quelques dizaines de kilomètres de l'Espagne, donc on fera un premier pas pour la 17e plénière, et c'est avec plaisir. Alors nous essaierons d'être à la hauteur de l'événement et d'essayer de faire peut-être pas mieux, mais on va essayer de faire aussi bien que toi ici à Bruxelles, et merci beaucoup.
Merci Bertrand. On peut applaudir Bertrand. Bertrand, je suis sûre que vous ferez ça. On est habitué à ce que nos amis français savent recevoir, et vous avez toujours des merveilleuses organisations, et je sais que vous ferez ça merveilleusement bien. En tout cas, on est heureux que vous preniez la présidence. Vous êtes bien entouré, et on sait que déjà à plusieurs reprises vous nous avez invités pour voir vos installations en France et toute la puissance de la France en matière spatiale. Et donc, on sera ravis. On sera ravis d'être là pour votre présidence. Je voulais... Oui, Bertrand.
Oui, donc bien sûr la secrétaire générale Delphine Gileso, que vous connaissez tous, va beaucoup travailler pour préparer. Et on n'ira pas chez Chantal Berthelot, qui est la première vice-présidente du groupe français, parce qu'elle est vraiment plus loin que l'Espagne. Elle est sénatrice de Guyane à Kourou, mais peut-être qu'un jour vous nous ferez le plaisir de... Peut-être il faudra organiser ça, un déplacement à Kourou pour le lancement d'Ariane. Voilà.
Plein de beaux projets en tout cas. Donc quand je disais que tu étais bien entouré, c'est vrai que tu es bien entouré. On le sait bien que tu es bien entouré. Donc merci beaucoup pour ces futures présidences. Et je voulais quand même excuser, je ne sais pas si je l'ai fait hier, mais le Luxembourg n'est pas parmi nous parce qu'ils sont tout proches des élections. Et je pense la Tchéquie aussi, hein, qui est en élection, donc il ne savait pas être auprès de nous aujourd'hui. Donc, en tout cas, moi, je voudrais vous remercier très, très sincèrement parce que je pense qu'on a eu une très bonne ambiance, je pense qu'on a bien travaillé, il y a eu des choses intéressantes qui ont été dites, il y a des projets, en tout cas, qui se profilent et qui ont l'air d'être passionnants. Je pense que c'est vrai qu'on fait une grande famille, je pense que c'est important, je pense qu'il y a effectivement le contenu et l'espace qui est important et qui nous unit, mais au-delà de ça, nous sommes des parlementaires et je pense que cette connivence que nous avons entre nous et que nous devons entre nous est effectivement le ciment de l'EISC et c'est vraiment ça aussi qui nous appartient de travailler. En tout cas, merci à chacun, à chacune et à chacun. C'est vrai que j'ai tenu quand même que pendant la présidence, on ait presque autant de jeunes femmes que de jeunes garçons, essayer de pousser un peu les filles, je crois qu'on en a besoin aussi sans être vraiment une féministe. Mais donc, merci pour tout, merci pour cette amitié, merci pour ces réflexions qu'on fait ensemble et ce travail et surtout pour le plus grand intérêt de l'espace. Merci beaucoup. Je te passe la présidence, Georges.
Voilà, merci beaucoup, Madame Tillmans. Au nom de mon autre collègue aussi, Liv Maas, je vous souhaite la bienvenue à l'hémicycle du Sénat belge. Et voilà, nous arrivons maintenant à procéder donc à l'analyse de la résolution de l'Européenne Interparlementaire Space Conference. Et j'espère que tout le monde a reçu ce document qui existe en langue française, leider nicht in deutscher Sprache, et en anglais. Le texte figure aussi derrière moi. Et je voudrais vous demander, avez-vous des remarques concernant ce texte de résolution? Gibt es Bemerkungen zu diesem Text der Empfehlung, der Resolution vielmehr? Oui. Ja, bitte schön, s'il vous plaît. Please.
My name is Simon Haskell. I'm from the European Subcommittee in the House of Lords. I was concerned about the word decreasing interest in STEM. Our experience in Britain is that although there is a shortage of people taking STEM subjects, the number is actually slowly increasing. And that's the impression I had speaking to one or two other people. And I just wondered whether the resolution should say, in view of the shortage of young people in STEM subjects, rather than the decreasing interest.
What is your proposition? Avez-vous une proposition de texte, d'amendement ou...
Well, my proposal is that the first sentence should read, in view of the shortage of young people interested in STEM subjects and careers, in particular young women, and then continue the same sentence.
Y a-t-il des remarques à cet amendement? Peut-on l'admettre? Repeat, please.
in view of the shortage amongst young Europeans interested in STEM subjects and careers in science and technology, in particular young women, combined with an overall aging population in the European STEM workforce. And then continue as drafted.
Vous pouvez tous lire. Est-ce qu'il y a des remarques encore?
Il y a un problème grammatical.
Oui.
Il y a un problème grammatical ici.
Il y a un problème grammatical, paraît-il. Qui peut vérifier? Qui peut examiner ça? Un anglophone, si vous voulez bien. Poussez le bouton. Micro.
I can't read it on the screen.
Approchez. It's better.
In view of, and then good effect. What is good effect? That's the problem. Of the shortage, good effect.
Please come here. Montre-lui le micro là-bas. Mets-lui le micro là-bas. Mets-lui le micro. Ou bien ici. D'accord. Non, non. Micro, please.
Why don't you make the screen larger? Because there is a bottom right. There is a kind of thing that you can make the document more visible, bigger. I mean.
Agrandir l'écran. Là en dessous, plus. Oui, oui, voilà. C'est mieux comme ceci? Est-ce que nos traducteurs savent lire? Non plus. Les interprètes, non. Essayez encore d'agrandir un petit peu. Le plus, là en dessous. Voilà. Encore. Encore. Voilà, maintenant, ça devrait être lisible. C'est mieux ainsi? Venez au micro ici. Prenez. Come. Please. Non, attends, ici c'est très bien.
Yes, there, after the word young European, it should be young Europeans with an S. That's right. Yes.
OK. Y a-t-il d'autres remarques? Oui, please.
Yes.
Précisez dans le texte ce que vous désirez modifier.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. First of all, I have to congratulate for the very good text of the resolution of the draft. I have just two additions to the text that I would like to do, if everybody agrees. In the third request to all members, I read, promote the inclusion of space in primary and secondary education curricula. In this part of the text, I would like to add a remark for higher education, I mean university, because yesterday in the debate we have heard, I don't remember the people who raised this point, but we heard that young students have different academic chance to pursue study in the space sector in Europe, depending on the country, because not all the university have space courses related to space. So probably it is the case if we may add, beside primary and secondary education, if we may add a remark here mentioning higher education courses, and to request to all member states to promote the inclusion of space-related courses also in higher education systems, if you agree. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I have a second remark, if you... Yes. Well, that is something that comes from my particular situation in Italy, and maybe there are also some other country. In my country, there is no parliamentary space working group, and we would like, to present a law in order to set up this space working group in the parliamentary. So I don't know, maybe this is a situation also with other countries. I know that here in Belgium you have the space working group, and I would like to add also a request to all member states in this resolution also to set up this group, this parliamentary group in each parliament, because in this way, the parliament can speak with a single voice, because this parliamentary group conveys all the requests that the parliament has for space-related matters. And this, in this moment in Italy, this is missing, and in order to facilitate the inclusion of this group, I would be pleased if in the resolution there could be something like a request to all member states to set up this parliamentary group in each parliament of each participating country, if you agree, wherever is missing.
Oui. Là, je ne sais pas si ça rentre bien dans l'esprit de la résolution, parce qu'il s'agit là d'une demande personnelle que vous devez adresser à votre présidence, à votre gouvernement, voire l'organisation interne de votre Parlement, et voir s'ils ont un budget à disposition, voir s'ils ont suffisamment de personnes qui s'intéressent à la tâche. En tout cas, je ne sais pas s'il nous est possible de mettre dans une résolution une demande qui s'adresse à l'organisation du gouvernement, à l'intérieur du gouvernement, en ce qui concerne les commissions, les groupes de travail dans les commissions. Ça, je ne sais pas, je voudrais avoir l'avis des autres. Oui, Monsieur Bertrand.
Nous sommes tout à fait de votre avis.
Oui.
C'est-à-dire, par exemple, nous, ça ne correspond pas à notre groupe qui rassemble des des parlementaires européens, section française, des députés Assemblée nationale et sénateurs. Donc ce n'est pas directement lié à un groupe d'études de telle ou telle assemblée. Donc je souhaiterais que ça n'y soit pas.
Y a-t-il d'autres remarques à ce sujet? Moi, oui, je vous écoute.
Yeah, I've got a question to the representative of Italy. How it's possible that you don't have a parliamentary space group in Italy, and you're a member of this conference? That's the kind of statute that determines the situation. So.
Avant que vous répondiez, je voudrais encore avoir l'avis de l'Espagne.
Sí, bueno, en este caso, si me permite, no sé si puedo hacer también alusión al texto o es después, si es solamente con relación a este punto.
Oui, qu'on aboutisse d'abord avec le point, oui, alors à l'Italie.
Perfecto. Bueno, yo estoy de acuerdo con usted, señor presidente, porque además en la circunstancia española se da que nosotros tenemos el espacio entre dos ministerios, Ministerio de Industria y Ministerio de Economía y Competitividad. Por tanto, crearía ciertas dificultades de orden interno y estoy de acuerdo que es un tema de decisión gubernamental y parlamentaria. No es el momento para debatirlo solo nosotros. Así como no me parece mal que haya pensado en la educación, no hay ningún inconveniente. Cuanto mejor eduquemos, mejor. Pero en este caso sí que yo creo que no debería de formar parte de esta resolución. Lo siento, señor representante de Italia.
Moi aussi, si je peux rajouter mon avis, je trouve que vous êtes dans la bonne direction. Vous êtes présent. C'est déjà le fait qu'il y a quelqu'un qui s'y intéresse à la tâche. À vous maintenant de formuler vos intérêts à participer à ces genres de réunions, mais alors aussi dire que l'industrie italienne, que l'université italienne doit être intéressée, créer un petit lobbying à l'intérieur de votre Parlement, je dirais, et puis intéresser la direction, le bureau du Parlement italien à organiser un groupe de travail espace. À vous de répondre maintenant aux différentes questions qui ont été posées.
Yes, okay, I see the point that they were raised by you, and of course I will do that in my parliament. It's just that, I wanted to be backed up by the EISC in this matter, but of course I see the point that has been raised, and I accept that.
Oui, soyez rassurés, notre soutien, vous l'avez, mais nous ne savons pas l'influencer directement le bureau de votre Parlement. Donc, mais soyez rassurés, nous sommes tous pour que vous soyez présents à nos prochaines réunions. Madame Tillmans.
Peut-être pour aider notre collègue, puisqu'effectivement il faut avoir, la réflexion polonaise est exacte, il faut avoir un groupe de travail espace au sein de son Parlement pour être membre de l'EISC. Mais peut-être pour vous aider, par exemple en Belgique, ce n'est pas une commission espace, c'est un groupe de travail, ce n'est pas la même chose. Nous dépendons de la commission économique. Et donc, chaque fois, nous passons par la commission économique, par exemple, pour les budgets de notre groupe de travail. Donc, si ça peut poser des problèmes ou des susceptibilités, le moyen est de demander la création d'un groupe de travail qui est moins formel qu'une commission, mais ça peut aider. Ça pourrait peut-être vous aider. Enfin, si vous avez des difficultés, on peut peut-être en discuter ensemble et vous aider à vous mettre sur la voie pour essayer que ça soit accepté par votre gouvernement, parce qu'en Belgique, on a aussi des difficultés. Donc, on peut peut-être s'aider l'un l'autre pour que vous y arriviez.
Et si vous avez un ministre scientifique ou pour les universités et les scientifiques, adressez-vous surtout au ministre de vous soutenir auprès de la commission compétente qui pourrait créer ce groupe de travail. Y a-t-il d'autres remarques à ce sujet? On pourrait passer à la question de l'Espagne, s'il vous plaît. Bien. Allez-y.
Sí, gracias, señor presidente. Simplemente significar que si no les parece mal al resto de los colegas de otros países, en el párrafo quinto del primer texto que hay en el enunciado, ustedes anuncian distintos ejemplos de participación y en uno de ellos aparece la misión prueba 5, Y yo sí les pediría que, puesto que estamos colaborando precisamente con Bélgica en el PROBA 3, pudiéramos añadir a ese 5,3 o 3/5, para que quedase constancia de esta colaboración que estamos también llevando nosotros con precisamente el país anfitrión Bélgica.
Tu vois où c'est? Tu vois où c'est?
Ahí, donde pone as well as mission, PROBA 5, PROBA 3.
Mettre 3 et 5.
Correcto, si no hay inconveniente por parte de los demás.
Y a-t-il des remarques? Gibt es Bemerkungen zu diesem Vorschlag? Y a-t-il d'autres remarques? Oui, ja, bitte, please.
Thank you. A very small addition. I think it's very important to acknowledge the work of some universities already in setting up satellite programs and encouraging young people. So I would suggest that under 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, paragraph 10.
Attendez, c'est autre chose. Mais attendez, d'abord le paragraphe 5. Y a-t-il des remarques en ce qui concerne le paragraphe 5 pour Proba 3? Wait, please. Ja, bitte.
Ich habe nochmal zu der Aufnahme weiterer Beispiele eine Anmerkung. Wir haben seither immer gesagt, dass wir natürlich der aktuellen Präsidentschaft die Gelegenheit geben wollen, sich im Text sozusagen wiederzufinden. Aber wenn wir jetzt alle anderen Mitgliedsländer auch ein eigenes Beispiel sozusagen in den Klammern dazufügen wollen, dann wird es unüberschaubar. Vielleicht lassen wir das Beispiel dann einfach ganz weg oder beschränken uns auf das, was jetzt der belgischen Präsidentschaft wichtig war.
Oui, d'autant plus qu'il y a déjà des petits points, ce qui veut dire qu'il ne s'agit pas de Proba 5, encore d'autres aussi. Et les petits points veulent dire ça. Mais à vous de décider. Madame Tillmans.
Oui, je rejoins assez l'Allemagne. C'est quoi le projet de Fly Your Satellite Initiative? C'est quoi ça? C'est qui? The Fly Your Satellite Initiative, c'est quel pays? C'est quoi ça?
ESA.
Ah, c'est ESA. Ok. Je pense qu'il faudrait peut-être, parce que QB50 est intéressant parce que c'est une expérience internationale, donc ça ne gêne pas. C'est 40 universités dans le monde, donc je pense que ça marche. Donc si c'est si the Fly Your Satellite Initiative et ESA, pas de souci. Maintenant, Small Satellite ESO, ça c'est pas un problème non plus. Bon, c'est vrai que si on commence, je comprends la réflexion allemande, est-ce qu'on va commencer Small Missions? C'est vrai qu'en Small Missions, ma question, est-ce qu'il y a d'autres expériences que Proba? Oui? En Allemagne? Ah, l'Autriche. Donc, est-ce que c'est peut-être pas maladroit que la Belgique se mette fort en avant en marquant Proba, alors que l'Autriche a un small satellite aussi?
Sans ajouter le chiffre 3 ou 5.
Non, mais non, je ne mettrai pas, enfin, je sais pas moi, je joue pas belge ici, je joue EISC, et je me demandais s'il fallait mettre small missions, point.
Y a-t-il des remarques? Dann möchte ich Sie bitten, zu wiederholen, wie es geändert werden sollte.
Ja, ich schlage vor, dass wir einfach die Klammern weglassen mit den Beispielen und keine Beispiele anführen. Ja?
Oui.
As well as small missions not only provide.
Madame Tillmans.
Et alors, est-ce qu'on pourrait convenir alors qu'à l'avenir, donc on ne mentionnerait dans notre texte que des références qui sont ou européennes ou internationales, donc qu'on ne fasse pas la com de chaque pays individuellement. Donc ça sera vrai aujourd'hui, mais c'est vrai aussi pour l'avenir. Est-ce qu'on est d'accord là-dessus?
Votre avis est demandé.
Sí, un moment. Sí, vamos a ver, yo es que no quería plantear debate, pero era simplemente he planteado al inicio de esta intervención, gracias a la cesión de la palabra que me ha hecho la presidenta, que nosotros tenemos que intentar que nuestro gobierno participe en el próximo 2015. Para nosotros era importante que quedase constancia en esta resolución de que ya estamos haciendo algo, punto 1. Y punto 2, estamos hablando de una intervención no solo de España, sino entre España y Bélgica. Por tanto, es una misión internacional, no solo se centra en un país. Y ese era también el objetivo y el motivo por el que nosotros hacíamos ese planteamiento. Pero si ustedes no lo ven claro, bueno, pues eliminamos todos los ejemplos. Pero repito que es una cooperación entre dos países, Bélgica y España. Gracias.
Ça lui donne naturellement une autre dimension. Maintenant, oui, la Pologne.
Yes, we would like to support the German's point of view, because, you know, if we need to or have to provide any example from different country, it's better to just say in general something. Thank you.
Oui. Madame Tillmans.
Oui, donc, je peux bien comprendre le souhait espagnol, et ça nous arrangerait bien, puisqu'il nous concerne. Mais je pense qu'il faut être prudent pour l'avenir et par rapport aux prochaines résolutions. Et donc, il y a de multiples collaborations d'État à État au sein de l'ESA. Et donc, si on doit commencer à décliner une collaboration, je pense qu'il faut décliner les autres. Et donc, à ce moment-là, on risque d'avoir une litanie sans fin, mais peut-être, pour alors essayer de trouver une solution pour nos amis espagnols, en dehors de la résolution, on pourrait, alors c'est individuellement, chaque pays, la Belgique et l'Espagne pourraient le faire ensemble, mais on pourrait dire qu'on se réjouit de la présidence, après la présidence française, que la présidence sera espagnole, et de nombreuses collaborations existent déjà au sein de l'ESA, entre l'Espagne, et je ne sais pas, l'Espagne peut-être a d'autres collaborations avec d'autres pays, mais on pourrait alors ajouter collaboration avec la Belgique sur Proba 3 et avec tel et tel autre pays. Mais bon, voilà, je pense que dans une résolution, nous devons être attentifs à ne pas faire de particularisme, si ce n'est européen ou international. Mais voilà, je me fais harakiri, hein.
Bien, no hay ningún inconveniente por nuestra parte en no poner nada, pero yo repito que es un proyecto internacional. No es solamente de España, sino que es de dos países colaboradores. Y siento disentir con los colegas de Polonia y de Alemania, pero tampoco por eso vamos a hacer nosotros aquí ninguna causa. Simplemente lo eliminamos y ya está, pero repito, es un proyecto internacional. No hay inconveniente por nuestra parte en retirarlo.
Donc, permettez-moi de résumer. On supprime la parenthèse telle qu'elle existait. D'accord? Wir löschen die Klammern und was drin stand, wie es im Projekt stand, im Vorprojekt stand. Einverstanden? Pas d'autres remarques? Voilà. Tu peux... C'est fait? Voilà. Gibt es andere Bemerkungen? Y a-t-il d'autres remarques? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a question. I'm not sure what's the understanding of the sentence. It's page number 2. It's the second paragraph from the bottom regarding sentence regarding working group. Yeah, set up a working group together with national and European space agencies. What does it mean exactly? I mean, do we have to agree or just make a legal procedure in order to negotiate with the European Space Agency, or just it's a kind of invitation to work with a working group? So but because if it's the case, I mean the first possibility, then we have a situation that the process can be very long. So, but if it's a kind of invitation, that simplifies the whole process. That's my question. Thank you.
Voilà, Madame Tillmans.
Oui, donc c'est quelque chose que je pense qui pourrait être intéressant et important à l'avenir. Je pense qu'il est intéressant de mettre en place une espèce de, je dirais une plateforme de coordination entre nous, qui puisse être dans un premier temps efficace et concrète. Et donc, l'idée serait que dans un premier temps, et c'était une suggestion qui a été faite dans la journée d'hier, il puisse y avoir, au départ, on pourrait élargir par la suite, mais déjà mettre ensemble une espèce de base de données générales, par exemple de CV de jeunes, de recherche de profils de l'industrie, et donc de mettre en place progressivement une plateforme qui pourrait être une plateforme de coordination entre les universités, l'industrie, les jeunes et les institutionnels. Et donc, évidemment, c'est un projet ambitieux qui ne se fera pas en un coup de cuillère à peau. Il va falloir du temps, et c'est pour ça que je pense qu'il ne faut pas tout faire en même temps. Si on veut réussir cette plateforme, il faut d'abord commencer par quelque chose de pas trop compliqué, qui sera quand même déjà compliqué. Mais je pense que ce serait aussi un bon signal pour les jeunes de mettre en place une plateforme qui dirait, ben voilà, on invite tous les jeunes à mettre leur CV sur cette plateforme et d'autre part à l'industrie à faire part de ses besoins. Et je faisais la réflexion tout à l'heure, nous pourrions aussi, comme parlementaires, parce que je pense qu'il ne faut pas toujours tout attendre des autres, nous avons notre rôle aussi, nous pourrions imaginer, et c'est pour ça qu'il faut mettre un groupe de travail avant en place, pour qu'on soit bien tous d'accord entre nous, on pourrait imaginer qu'on se mette tous d'accord, que dans chacun de nos pays respectifs, nous ayons une mission, je dirais, d'aller vers les universités et de dire, par exemple, je ne sais pas, on fait par an 3 universités ou 4 universités, ça dépend de la disponibilité de chacun, avec l'industrie. Et on va, parlementaires, industriels, rencontrer les universités, expliquer la plateforme, expliquer les CV. L'industrie en profite pour faire passer un message sur son dynamisme et les programmes qu'elle met en place, etc. Et ça donne une unité, 2, un dynamisme, et 3, les gens n'ont pas l'impression d'être laissés qu'on les laisse tomber. Voilà. Donc la suggestion serait, moi j'aime pas le mot groupe de travail parce qu'on a l'impression que ça n'avance pas. On pourrait mettre une plateforme, et donc en se promettant entre nous qu'on se donne rendez-vous, qu'on est quel mois, octobre, je sais pas moi, ou à la fin de l'année, ça peut être juste, peut-être février ou mars de l'année prochaine, mais on convient d'une date, et là on se réunit ou en trio ou en quattro, et puis, pour ne peut-être pas être trop nombreux, mais ça j'attends vos suggestions, ou bien chacun un représentant par pays, on discute ensemble pour voir comment on met ça en place, et alors on le lance pour le printemps.
Y a-t-il d'autres remarques à ce sujet? Nous avons, par expérience, pratiqué ce système durant maintenant 2 ans, en collaboration avec les universités et l'industrie. Nous sommes pratiquement la seule occasion de les réunir ensemble. Et c'est ça qui est l'important au niveau national, dans notre groupe de travail interne. Vous avez demandé la parole, s'il vous plaît. Non, oui, mais il n'y a plus d'autres remarques à cette question de la Pologne, non? Donc, vous êtes d'accord, la Pologne? Ok. Voilà. Donc, au point suivant, alors, madame.
Thank you, and I apologise for intervening prematurely earlier. This is with regards to the first paragraph on the second page, paragraph 10. This is a fundamental point about encouraging universities to set up smaller satellite programmes, but I think it's important to recognise that we have universities which are successfully doing this already. So it's just to ask if we can insert the word more after encourage, to encourage more universities.
Que pensent les autres? Vous êtes d'accord? Unanimité? Ça va très bien. Y a-t-il d'autres remarques? Oui, Madame Timmans.
Paragraphe-là, on avait une réunion avec les universités. Ah, mais c'était en Chine. Et donc, il y avait là plusieurs professeurs d'université, c'était vraiment international. Et donc, les professeurs d'université disaient qu'effectivement, ces CubeSats étaient vraiment des outils excessivement importants pour eux et pour encourager les jeunes à s'inscrire davantage dans l'opérationnel. Mais il disait, en fait, ça coûte très cher pour les universités de construire ces petits satellites et de les lancer. Donc, il faut vraiment une aide financière des États, des régions, pour venir en aide et pour aider davantage les universités. Voilà. Je pense que Vindt le dit, mais c'est peut-être pas encore assez fort, j'en sais rien. Ils ont vraiment un problème de moyens. Les universités ont vraiment un problème de moyens sur le sujet.
Pas d'autres remarques sur l'ajout à ce paragraphe, non? Oui, madame, je vous écoute.
Oui, monsieur le Président, merci. Je voudrais revenir sur le paragraphe 6, si vous le permettez. Sur
la première page.
La première page, oui. Donc, d'informer. Alors, en français, la traduction donne d'informer leurs électeurs ou leur circonscription par rapport à l'anglais. Moi, je suggère que c'est un petit peu trop restrictif, même si nous sommes des parlementaires, mais de cibler circonscription ou électeurs. J'aurais préféré qu'en tant que représentation nationale, nous ciblions une population, nos citoyens, plutôt que d'avoir un esprit restrictif sur circonscription ou électeur. Enfin, en français, ça donne électeur ou circonscription.
Non, citoyen.
Voilà, citoyen.
Their citizens. Okay. Gibt es dazu Bemerkungen? Ist man mit der Änderung einverstanden? Gut. Alors, y a-t-il d'autres remarques? Oui.
Le paragraphe. Le premier paragraphe de la page 1. Je pense qu'il faudrait quand même mettre, parce qu'on en discutait tous les deux avec Peter, ce sont les lanceurs, le lancement des microsatellites qui coûte cher. Et donc, on pourrait peut-être ajouter, what did you say, Peter?
Un peu ajouter, encourage institutions and governments to support initiatives by making launch possibilities more easily accessible.
Voilà, for universities. Again? Again.
Okay. To encourage institutions and governments No, I think it needs to be.
Another sentence.
I think it needs to come at the end of the paragraph, and then you say, and to encourage.
Yeah.
Fin du paragraphe.
So after the colon, the semicolon.
Voilà. À la fois. Ouais.
Then to say, yeah. Institutions and governments to assist universities in obtaining affordable launch opportunities.
Y a-t-il des remarques? Oui.
Bien, yo creo desde España que debiéramos de plantearnos a futuro hablar también de financiación y financiación europea, financiación global. Esta frase lleva a que tengamos que poner en el compromiso a los gobiernos de tener que poner un dinero que no se tiene para estos objetivos. Yo creo que es más importante que centremos el dinero en otras necesidades que tiene el propio programa espacial. Y alentar a las instituciones y a los gobiernos hacia las asistencias universitarias, pues es poner un poco en circunstancias a los gobiernos de los países. Por tanto, yo creo que sería entrar en un debate que será cuestión de una resolución final distinta, pero no con esta, si hubiese otro tipo de financiación. Gracias.
Yes, I don't think it's an obligation, but the intention was with the institutions to talk about the international institutions. So perhaps we can put this. But I was a bit careful because I said to assist universities, and that can be by direct funding, but it can also be by giving priority, etc., etc. So I think your point would be covered if we would say encourage, as this is put now, international institutions and governments.
Vous êtes tous d'accord?
Bueno, volvemos a insistir. Nosotros seguimos pensando que hay otras prioridades. Entonces, decirle a los gobiernos que las pongan justamente aquí no nos parece lo más adecuado.
Juste la remarque. Je ne me battrai pas pour ça, mais ce n'est pas une décision, c'est un request. C'est pas décide de. Donc c'est une suggestion que l'on fait. Et donc c'est d'encourager, donc on ne décide pas que les institutions et que les gouvernements doivent assister les universités. On encourage les institutions internationales et les gouvernements à assister les universités pour obtenir, on n'a pas dit des funding, des opportunités abordables de launch. Ça peut être donc de faciliter, je dirais, les discussions aussi entre les lanceurs, ceux qui lancent, parce que l'État a peut-être plus de poids et de voix qu'une université pour pouvoir lancer un satellite. Donc, je veux dire, on ne parle pas d'argent ici. Opportunities peut être simplement que l'État aide à obtenir comment est-ce qu'on dit ça, des possibilités de lancement.
Oui,
voilà.
Oui. But perhaps I can suggest to change assist to facilitate, and that might make it easier for Spain. So encourage to facilitate universities in.
Tu vois où c'est? Ah. ¿Ça vous convient?
Vale. Bien, si hablamos de que no solo es en dinero, yo desde luego, y siento mucho hablar de dinero, pero es que en este momento es lo que nos mueve a todos. Y por eso creo que debemos de pensar bien en los fondos públicos que manejamos y marcar prioridades. Pero puede haber otras prioridades que sean en la colaboración de otro tipo, y en ese sentido no nos parece mal. Gracias.
Ça sera toujours dans les mesures du possible. Voilà. Y a-t-il d'autres remarques? Alors, il me reste à vous dire qu'on a ajouté un nouveau paragraphe, le dernier paragraphe à la page 2, avant le mot décide. Donc, de soutenir activement l'usage des médias sociaux tels que LinkedIn, Twitter et Facebook. Vous êtes d'accord, il n'y a pas de remarques sur ce paragraphe qu'on a rajouté sur le premier projet?
Il y a un problème d'anglais. Facilitate universities, it's very strange in English.
Paraît qu'il y a un problème.
Yes, there is if you want to do proper grammar, then you should say to facilitate the obtention by universities of. By universities of.
Est-ce lisible de chez vous? Tout le monde sait lire?
No.
No.
No, the obtention, I think, is the.
Obtention.
But,
Oui. Yeah. Ah, ok. Alors, je reviens à ce que j'ai déjà commencé, le paragraphe de actively promote the use of social media such LinkedIn, Twitter and Facebook. Est-ce que vous êtes d'accord de ce paragraphe qui ne figurait pas dans l'original qui a été déposé? Pas de commentaires? Alors, la même chose, décide, le dernier paragraphe, de faire usage du groupe USpace sur LinkedIn. Tout le monde est d'accord? Pas d'observation? Voilà. Maintenant, on passe. Y a-t-il encore des remarques générales? Il n'y en a plus? Je peux clôturer la discussion générale et on passe au vote de cette résolution. Qui est pour? Contre? Abstention? Grand merci. Voilà. Elle est adoptée à l'unanimité et nous vous prions de la remettre à vos gouvernements et aussi d'insister par après à voir ce qui pourrait se faire au niveau de votre gouvernement. Voilà, au plaisir de vous revoir alors l'an prochain. Et je vous signale qu'il y a maintenant une visite de la maison, du palais de la nation. Tout le monde est invité. Il existe en 2 langues, en anglais et en français. Je vous accompagnerai par oui.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a question regarding the delegations that we've seen yesterday from the non-member of the conferences of this conference. So my question is that if they are officially applied for this for our organization or just they are like observers. Thank you.
Oui. Qui ist das? Ah ja. Das ist eine Frage, die sich an Österreich wendet, glaube ich, was jetzt Polen gefragt hat.
Vielen Dank für Ihre Frage. Wir haben tatsächlich jetzt diese beiden Tage Beobachterstatus und streben eine Vollmitgliedschaft für die nächsten Sitzungen an. Das ist unser Ziel und freuen uns auf eine weitere gute Kooperation.
Donc on se réjouit effectivement de l'intention de l'Autriche de se joindre au groupe, à la famille EISC. Et il y a aussi la Grèce qui est vraiment candidate à entrer dans la famille. Donc ça ferait 2 pays qui sont vraiment intéressés à nous rejoindre, ce qui est magnifique. Et peut-être peut-on espérer plus tard la Lituanie qui pourrait également suivre. Et la Norvège. Donc voilà, la famille s'agrandit.
Voilà. Merci beaucoup. Et alors, il me reste une chose à vous dire, qu'à midi, il y a un lunch qui est prévu. Donc ceux qui restent dans le groupe de la visite seront accompagnés pour le lunch. Alors, il me reste encore une toute dernière chose, c'est de dire merci au secrétariat et à l'intendance pour la bonne organisation et pour l'aide qu'ils nous ont apportée durant cette séance plénière. Un grand merci à tous. Je vous demande de les applaudir. Un grand merci aussi aux interprètes qui ont transpiré dans leur cabine. Un tout grand merci. Et voilà, je vous souhaite une bonne visite encore du Palais de la Nation en Belgique ici. Et oui, il y a monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the end, I would like to say thank you to Dominique, to your hospitality, to the Senate of Belgium, to you, Mr. Chairman, and I hope that your opinion about this conference is as good as ours. Thank you very much.
Voilà. Alors, comme je n'aurai peut-être plus l'occasion pour tous, je voudrais vous souhaiter encore un bon retour dans votre pays. Et un beau séjour à Bruxelles encore, si vous le voulez.